Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Decision Desk HQ Super Tuesday 2 live stream coverage. We've got a nice roundup of states, not quite as large as the first Super Tuesday a week ago, but excited to be here. I'm Matt Shore. I'll be joined later at different points by Scott Tranter and Alexander Podcool. They'll be with us in a moment. But first, just introducing us to Super Tuesday 2. Joe Biden coming off of a big win on Super Tuesday, knocking a couple potential rivals out of the race in Mike Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren. Now, with respect for Tulsi Gabbard, it looks like about a two-candidate race between Biden and Sanders, with Biden coming into the night's contests with perhaps an edge, looking to maybe wrap this thing up, or at least for all intents and purposes. So we'll be looking at a nice slew of 6 states tonight. Missouri and Mississippi will have their polls closed momentarily. Michigan has most of its polls closed on the mitten part of the state. The rest of the state polls close an hour later. And then we've got a firehouse primary in North Dakota. We've got Idaho and we've got Washington State. Those polls close later in the night. But we expect some information from Missouri, Mississippi, Michigan. We probably expect to get slower information, but momentarily we should be able to get some taste of results from Mississippi and Missouri. So coming into tonight, it's Super Tuesday 2. We talked about how Joe Biden really carried a lot of momentum through Super Tuesday and was able to make his mark following a strong performance in South Carolina, and was able to really surprise and beat Sanders in Texas, beat
Hey,
Warren. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
hey, sure. I just want to let you know we over here we called Missouri and Mississippi for Joe Biden.
And there
Um,
you go.
yeah, yep.
Yeah. Well, and that's great. Thank you for that alert from the decision desks, Scott. And that's right on brand, right on theme with what we were talking about just now, where Joe Biden has really seemed to take the reins of this race. South Carolina was the firewall for him, and now then followed it up with a strong performance on Super Tuesday, and now tonight already we've got Missouri and Mississippi called. Joe Biden, the projected winner in both of those states. Um, so the momentum carries forward for Joe Biden. I don't think either of those states were expected to be particularly uh, difficult ones for him. Sanders probably looking at a few other states that we'll talk about in a second for his maybe opportunity to stem the bleeding tonight. But Mississippi and Missouri weren't expected to quite be there. And as Scott just alerted us, we have called Mississippi and Missouri for Joe Biden. So Mississippi, Missouri, 2 states that are Mississippi in the deep South, Missouri and maybe what you would call the peripheral South, 2 states that Joe Biden would seem to have a built-in advantage in demographically. He performs stronger with African American voters, and there are considerable African American communities in those states. And so far, in the first couple minutes here, we have found no reason to think that Joe Biden's run into any trouble there. So if you're Bernie Sanders and you're looking at these first couple states, well, Missouri and Mississippi, neither of them looked like they were going to really be that promising. Now you know that there's not much to look for there. So you probably turn your eye towards the biggest delegate prize tonight, and that's Michigan. Um, and we are awaiting results there. Still nothing reported. There was some chatter online earlier that Michigan rather may take quite a while, perhaps into tomorrow, to report much of its results. So the biggest delegate prize, 125 pledged delegates out of Michigan, and we may not have a very complete picture about what happens there tonight. But if we see anything pop up, we'll be sure to let you know. Um, One contest that I think is particularly interesting that will come up later is North Dakota. It's only 14 pledged delegates, but they have transitioned to a what's called a firehouse caucus or a firehouse primary this year. And what makes that particularly unique is that a firehouse caucus is essentially a primary that's run by the state party. Um, a primary is run by the state government, like any general election would be, but a firehouse primary is run by the parties, so called because typically the polling places are in places like firehouses. And so it's a unique situation. They're transitioning from a more traditional caucus that they used in the past. So that is kind of a unique contest that we'll be watching tonight. Um, and the second largest delegate prize tonight, Washington State, 89 pledged delegates. Um, and that's a state that, again, of this slew of states, Sanders would probably expect to have a better shot there than he would in, states below the Mason-Dixon line. Um, and as Scott broke in and alerted us to about 3-4 minutes ago, we have called Mississippi and Missouri for Joe Biden. There is no suspense there. We weren't expecting much suspense, but we can now confirm for you that Decision Desk HQ has projected Joe Biden the winner of Mississippi and Missouri. So looking forward, or perhaps actually looking backward, if we think about how these 6 states voted in 2016, Sanders, if you're, and the reason we think about this is because we want to think about how Sanders may try to improve his performance. Obviously did not ultimately win the nomination against Hillary Clinton, but if he wants to have a fighting chance against Biden, what are some of the places where he needs to maybe carry over wins from the last time, at the very least, to tread that water? So, Missouri and Mississippi are 2 states that Sanders did not win in 2016. And again, we had little reason to believe they would be more fertile territory for him this time. We now know that they have not been. And both of those states we project will go to Joe Biden. North Dakota was a state that Sanders won 4 years ago, as was Idaho, as was Washington, and of course, as was Michigan. Michigan, a narrow win, but a substantial win for Sanders, one that showed a performance that way outperformed the polls going in. So, a state that Sanders would hope to win again, needs to win in order to really have a claim of any sort of momentum. And so that's one that, aside from being the biggest delegate prize, is one that would be very narratively important for Sanders to try to stem the bleeding a bit and show that at the very least he's not contracting support from 4 years ago. So here is a nice map of the slate of states we're looking at. Like we mentioned, Mississippi and Missouri, both of those states went to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. Both of those states we project Joe Biden has won this evening. Michigan, the biggest delegate prize. Sanders won it in surprising fashion 4 years ago. What happens there tonight? We are awaiting results.
Hey,
North
Shore, this
Dakota.
is
Oh, yeah, come on in.
Podcool jumping in. I mean, so this is, I think, maybe one of the takeaways so far, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's pretty surprising that, I mean, we're already calling Missouri. Missouri was a place where Sanders did okay just 4 years ago. And I mean, this is just an indication of maybe how poorly he's doing in this state. I know we were tracking on our end some of the polling going into this, and there were a number of polls that had Biden with a 20-point lead going into today. And so, I mean, this might be a short night overall if Biden could keep doing well, doing as sort of well as some of the expectations going into counting the votes. Now, of course, we're still waiting, as you've been rightly saying, for some of the big delegate hauls, especially Michigan, a place where Sanders did very well in 2016, which sort of bucked what the polling trends were saying, as well as Washington. But I mean, do you think the primary is over by the end of the night? Let's say hypothetically, Michigan and Washington both go Biden, regardless of what the margin is. Do you think it's pretty much over?
That's a great question, Pods. And I think that you're right to mention that Missouri in 2016, certainly was more competitive. It wasn't a complete blowout. But yeah, I think that there's a difference between, is this a competitive race versus, will Sanders take the hint and drop out? If tonight is a clean sweep for Biden, it makes a very convincing statement that this race is his and he's not relinquishing it. Does that mean that Sanders will drop out? I'm skeptical. He certainly didn't drop out in 2016, even after Hillary Clinton mathematically clinched the nomination. So I think that Sanders will probably try to stay in the race, compile as many delegates as he can, take it to the convention, and maybe try to make push for more changes to the party platform, to the party rules. That would be my expectation, just based on his own history. So that would probably be my expectation. I mean, if you're Sanders, you were looking at this campaign as an opportunity to show that you were expanding the base, right? You were expanding beyond just the core supporters you had 4 years ago. And for some of these states to be moving further away from you rather than slightly closer to you is definitely directionally bad news for Sanders. So I think that probably is where I would be on on your question, Pause.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, going into today, I think people were definitely expecting Mississippi for sure to be something called for Biden almost immediately. I think there a little bit of a hesitation behind Missouri just due to, as you were saying, the close contest that they had 4 years ago. But I think all eyes are mostly going to be on Michigan, kind of as the night keeps going on. North Dakota, it's sort of an open question whether or not we'll even get some usable election results tonight. As you were saying earlier, the virtue of it being a sort of firehouse style caucus and being run by the party makes it a little bit unclear to us whether or not we'll have some usable results. And not to dwindle the importance of the race there, of the contest, it is a relatively small delegate haul for whoever wins, and it will be allocated proportionally. And so maybe not too many eyes there, but definitely Michigan and Washington State are some of the places where we'll be paying attention to. As we're looking at Missouri, so I know we've spent a lot of the previous streams, talking about the importance of the delegate math here, right? So it's a matter of who passes the threshold, which it looks pretty clear that Sanders is going to pass that 15% statewide threshold to take away delegates. However, then it also comes into play whether or not he'll get the delegates at the congressional district level through the state. But as we're looking, what are some of the key counties that you're looking at this state? Is it mostly going to be Kansas City, St. Louis, and St. Louis County, or are there some other parts of the state that you think are definitely going to be the places to watch this evening? What are some of the counties and well, it's the city of St. Louis and then all the counties. Which of them will you be watching as the night unfolds, as we start seeing some of this vote in?
Yeah, so in Missouri, I think you're absolutely right to direct a lot of attention towards St. Louis. Nearly half of the expected votes will come from St. Louis County. If you include St. Louis City, you're looking at almost 70%, or rather 60% of the expected votes coming in from there. So definitely an important place to look. But there are some other places that are interesting. You've got counties that have universities in them, and we know that uh, would be areas where Sanders would need to run up the score. So counties like Boone, where the University of Missouri is, Greene County, where Missouri State is. Both of those were tied for being Sanders' second best county in 2016. His best county in 2016 was actually Jasper County, where he won 62% of the vote. But there are, or even Platte County is where Park University is. It's higher income, higher education, so maybe that might work against him. But those are some of the places where if you're Sanders, you would definitely be looking to pick up some votes. Johnson County has the University of Central Missouri. If you're Biden, you probably well, actually, I guess if you're either one of them, but I think Biden has tended to do better in these kinds of counties where there's above average income, higher above average education. Those in Missouri would be counties like Franklin, uh, counties like St. Charles. St. Charles, known, it's a wealthier county. They're actually known for a variety of vineyards and wineries that are very well renowned in in the vineyard and winery scene, of which I'm I'm not a member. But St. Charles also has Lindenwood University, so maybe that could help Sanders stem the bleeding in that county. So those would be the kind of counties I would be looking at. If you're Biden, there are some counties that are maybe about a quarter of the population Black. So Jackson, which is in the Kansas City metro area, is 24% Black. Mississippi County is 24% Black. Pemiscot County is 27%. So these would be places where if you're Biden, it's not necessarily huge counties, but they're places where you would expect to really be able to run up your margins. Uh, so those are probably the counties that I would be most keeping an eye on in Missouri. And even though the suspense is probably gone because we've already called this race for Biden, it'll be interesting to see when those numbers start rolling in, what those margins look like. Because as you said, we are interested in what that delegate math is going to look like, and proportions are everything in the Democratic primaries. So that gives us our rundown of Missouri. If we think about Mississippi, which is another state that we have already called for Joe Biden, this is a state that perhaps we didn't expect to have much suspense. It was a very weak state for Sanders 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton, only about 16% of the vote for him there. And we don't have much reason to believe that it will be a particularly kind state for him this time. But in Mississippi, it's a similar breakdown, but perhaps more starkly, where if you're Biden, you want to be running up pretty big margins in the handful of majority Black counties. And if you're Sanders, you want to be trying to run up margins in counties that have universities. Maybe you can make some inroads in some suburbs, but for the most part, you're looking at counties. Uh, if you're Sanders, for example, you might be looking at Lafayette County, which has the University of Mississippi. You might be looking at Okateba County, where you have the Mississippi State University. So these are the kind of places where you might be looking to try to run up some margins and stem the bleeding a bit that you know you're going to feel in counties that are majority black.
Yeah,
Uh,
and on that point, sure, we have a graphic here where this is looking at all the county level data that we collected on Super Tuesday, where on our x-axis we have the just the percent. This is not of the Democratic electorate. This is just for the entire county from the census data. The percent of the population that is Black or African American. And on the y-axis, we have the vote share of Biden in last week's Super Tuesday contest. And yes, there's still some places in California where we are awaiting to hear what the final count is. But from this graph, this is just graphically demonstrating what you were just talking about, where in some of these pockets of African American vote, Joe Biden was just absolutely crushing it against the competition, where we have this steep red line indicating that, well, as the county is more and more percent composition by Black or African Americans, just Biden just does so unbelievably well. Even once we just get to even just that area where we're looking at 25% of the electorate as African American, he's doing just shy of 60% of the vote, and this is still in a multi-candidate contest, and this was also while Bloomberg was still on the ballot. And yes, now I will totally admit the two falls to this are we're looking not at the Democratic electorate because that's a little bit unknown, and so we're using the census data. And second of all, we're not talking about individuals; we're just talking about county level data. And so the dorks among us could be alleging the ecological fallacy here, which is a fair point. However, the association between these pockets of African American population with the support of Joe Biden is nothing to sneeze at, and is definitely, I think you're right to point, especially looking at some of these key counties in Missouri, but also some of these key counties in Mississippi, particularly those Delta counties. These are some places where it's just where it's ripe for support for Joe Biden, as we saw in South Carolina and again on Super Tuesday.
Well, and I think that even, you make a great point that, even in a multi-candidate field, Biden really was running up some impressive margins in counties with significant Black or African American communities. And, I think that maybe, and we kicked this around a bit on our South Carolina stream, but thinking about what that says about some of the other candidates and their inability to break through in any kind of significant way, it certainly hurt their ability to appeal broadly, and probably is a key reason why they aren't a candidate we're following tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking about that, what's sort of your thought on Elizabeth Warren? Because there's still a lot of people waiting for her to sort of come out and make an endorsement, whereas Mayor Pete and Amy Klobuchar did so immediately. Bloomberg did so immediately. What's your sort of hot take on that? Now, like, we're just getting into punditry rather than looking at the data, but what's sort of your thought on what's going on there and maybe what the dilemma is? Or is not endorsing, is that already enough? Has she made her point known?
I just like that we've gone from ecological fallacy to rank punditry in about a minute and a half.
That's more or less my brand.
But yeah, just to take a stab at it, I think that for Warren, the calculation is probably, well, if you're looking at the range of maybe future contests, 2024, assuming that maybe there's a Trump win or a Democratic win, but it's a one-term presidency without a clear heir, perhaps you look at that field and think, well, I've still got a future with this party. And particularly, my brand is a good fit for maybe the more progressive wing of things. And if you start thinking, well, maybe Sanders won't be around to kind of coalesce that side of the party around him. Maybe if you're Warren, you're looking at it and thinking, I am the heir apparent to that progressive wing of the party, and I can bring with me some of the suburbs and some of the places that maybe Sanders wasn't able to appeal to. And so if you come in and endorse Biden right now, the chances of you being, if you're Warren, being picked to be on his ticket are probably pretty low. But if you're looking at this as the potential to then maybe and of course if you endorse Biden, you would alienate a lot of the people on the progressive flank of the party. If you were to endorse Sanders, you would poison a lot of the goodwill you've built up with more established moderate Democrats who, despite maybe a more progressive policy platform on your part, they're more willing to go along with. So I think that if you're Warren, the potential risk of making any kind of endorsement is pretty high. Whereas maybe if you just kind of slowly back away from the table, you can kind of have your cake and eat it too without upsetting either wing of the party, and then maybe show up again in a couple of years and remind them why they each kind of liked you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I probably agree. I guess maybe the one point I'd say is there's definitely, and you pointed this out, but there's definitely a difference demographically in what Warren supporters look like and what Sanders supporters look like, and it's certainly it is a part of the party that both candidates would definitely gain from. However, definitely more so Sanders. However, she may be looking at the same polls, the same data, the same election results that we're all looking at and saying, well, it looks like this is a pretty closed for Bernie so far. It looks like he doesn't have too much of a shot. So I think you're right in that she might not want to take a risk like this.
Yeah. If we take a quick look at what we have in Michigan right now, um, this is, of course, one of the states we have not called yet, and it's tonight's biggest delegate prize. So it's one we're watching, and the campaigns are watching very closely. Some of the interesting results that we have in overall, we are looking at Biden in the lead by just about a 10-point margin. Um, Again, it's early. There are a lot of results we don't have yet. We're looking at a current total of about a little over 300,000 votes in. Um, but currently, Biden with something around a 10% lead. If we're looking at maybe some of the counties we were really interested in, um, looking at perhaps Kalamazoo, where it's a little bit younger of a county, where Western Michigan University is. We currently have about 28,000 votes there, and Sanders is ahead narrowly. Him and Biden are essentially tied at 47.7% each. Um, so that's a county that again is on the younger side. If you're Sanders, you're hoping to really expand your margins there. Um, Oakland County is an interesting one. Second highest income county in the state of Michigan. It's also the second most expected votes, and it has 14% of its population, according to the Census Bureau, is African American or Black. And currently in that county, Biden has 55.7%, Sanders at 40.5. So Oakland, it's a big haul of votes, and it appears to be pretty solidly behind Biden at this point. If we're looking at maybe counties where Sanders has a pretty clear lead, um, Kent County, that's where Grand Rapids is. It has a 10% of its population is Hispanic. Sanders is ahead 51.6. Biden in second there at 46%. Another Sanders leaning county is Washtenaw. It's where the University of Michigan is. So it's a younger county and one where Sanders would be hoping to do better. and he's at 51% to Biden's 45.2. So and one more where there's a college campus. We've got 88.8% of the precincts in from Kalamazoo County. This is where the Western Michigan University is, and Sanders is currently up there, 48.1 to Biden's 47.7.
Yeah, just to interrupt there, I mean, it's pretty interesting to see because you're going through some of the counties where Sanders is ahead relative to Biden so far and what we're seeing from the precincts. But in each of these counties where we're seeing it, Sanders is running pretty considerably behind where he was running in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. So, for example, we were talking earlier about Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo, Sanders is currently at 48%. In 2016, he was at 61%. We were talking about Kent, where Sanders was at 51% right now. 4 years ago, he was at 62%. And so, yes, we're seeing a few pockets on the map so far. But this, if I'm Sanders right now, I'm thinking I'm running probably a little bit behind where I would like to be at this point in the evening. Now, of course, I think the place where everybody's watching is going to be Wayne County. And there are just a lot of precincts there. And in 2016, that accounted for about 23% of the vote. And so it's a little bit early for anybody to be saying one way or the other. But if I'm looking at the map right now, and feel free to disagree with me, if I'm looking at the map, this is trending Biden so far.
Oh, I think that's absolutely right, Pods. And I think that, you make a good point. Wayne County, we're expecting that to make up something like 23% of the primary electorate. And that actually was Sanders' worst county in Michigan in 2016. He won about 38% there. So it's the most expected votes. It was Sanders' worst county in 2016. It has the largest Black population of any county in Michigan at about 39%. So it's not the kind of county you want to be relying on to make up a margin if you're Sanders. It's probably about the last county in the state you would want to be relying on.
Yeah, I agree with you there for sure. And yeah, it was his worst county, huge African American population, most votes. So, I mean, as soon as we start seeing some numbers come out of Wayne County, I mean, we may be calling Michigan earlier than we would have thought. Now, having said that, polls are still open in the western part of Michigan, so it's sort of an odd situation where we're starting to see the votes come in. However, Michiganders are still headed to the polls as of right now, and so those the polls in the western part of the state, particularly on the Upper Peninsula, will be closing at 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Savings Standard Time, not Standard Daylight Savings Time, and so we'll be closing at that point. And so, if you're watching or listening into our stream, I would definitely be paying attention at 9 o'clock, looking forward to something. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But it's definitely something we're watching. For those who have tuned in though, so far, definitely remember to like, subscribe on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter. That's often where a lot of the race calls go immediately, is to Twitter. So check out DecisionDeskHQ.com. I'm sure you know all of this information, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But definitely be sure to like and subscribe. One other sort of programming note. We also do regular episodes of Around the Desk, which is a brief pre-show and post-show to some of the election nights. So make sure to like and subscribe so you can see some of that content during and after we air those episodes. So there is a lot of content that Decision Desk HQ is putting out. But like most people, we're here for the election results. And so we're going to continue to see the votes come in throughout the night. And so as kind of the night is going right now, just sort of a summary for those who are just tuning in. So Mississippi has been called for Vice President Biden. Missouri has been called for Vice President Biden. And right now, actively, we're watching Michigan. We're watching Michigan numbers come in for the part of the state where the polls closed. early. The rest of the state polls close at 9 o'clock Eastern, and so we're going to be looking for a race call at that point. Now, let's not forget we have the North Dakota Firehouse style caucus is going. Has started in North Dakota, and so we're going to look forward to some of those results as they continue to come in. And then for the people who are going to be listening to us for hours and hours and hours upon end, we also are looking forward to Idaho. Those polls close at 10 o'clock Eastern, and then Washington State, where the polls close at 11 Eastern. And so we'll kind of see how that goes, but just a little bit of a summary. Also, we are watching the federal legislative races in Mississippi. So if you haven't, definitely be sure to create an account on results.decisiondeskhq.com, and you can check both the presidential races as they come in, as well as the down ballot races. So be sure to check us out there. Sure, what are you watching? I mean, we're all watching some of the same numbers come in. What's the highest thing on your priority list right now?
Well, what's got my attention at the moment is I was looking at some of the counties where we think we've got a lot of results in, and comparing it to Sanders margins in the past. And it's not good news if you're a Sanders fan. For example, Kalamazoo County, where the Western Michigan University is, we've got 100% of the precincts in, and as of now, Sanders is at about 48%, which has him narrowly ahead of Biden at 47.6. Sanders in 2016 ran up 61% of the vote in Kalamazoo County. So he's running significantly behind that there this time. And again, because we know that Wayne County is probably going to be a rougher county for Sanders, these younger counties with college campuses in them are the places where you need to be running up bigger margins. And it doesn't look like he's quite matching his margins from his narrow Michigan win 4 years ago. Another example, looking at Genesee County, where Flint is. So Biden is winning there. He's got 58%. Sanders is at 35.5, but Sanders was at 47 there last time. Again, not running away with it. I don't even think in the lead there in 2016, but certainly not behind by double digits the way that he appears to be tonight. And so those are difficult margins to overcome if you're Sanders. And I'm just kind of combing through some of these counties where we have significant numbers of results, and it's tough sledding for Sanders. He's behind his margins in 2016, and even in 2016 it was a pretty narrow win for him statewide. So looking through Michigan a little bit more, some more of these counties, where is the remaining vote? Well, obviously Wayne County, we don't have any results in, and we know that it's going to account for something like 23% of the overall statewide vote. It's also a county that Sanders performed the worst in 4 years ago. He only won about 38% there. And it's the county in the state of Michigan with the largest Black population at about 39% of Wayne County's population. So if you're Sanders and you were looking at Michigan, your strategy probably depended on running up bigger margins in some other counties, places with universities, where perhaps you could maybe buttress yourself against the expected negative margin in Wayne County. And it looks like perhaps a difficult situation for Sanders at the moment. Wayne County is definitely the one with the most results.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I was just calling in. We're double ahead in Michigan based on some of these county scrapers we've been able to put together. Pull up Miles' tweet when you can in a second. Austin, go pull it out. His commentary on the precinct data out of Oakland's pretty interesting, and probably why we may be able to call this tonight despite all the absentee balloting. A lot of these Oakland counties or Oakland precincts that were going for Bernie last time are flipping Biden. It's still early, but we've got 30% of the vote in, so we got a pretty good look.
Yeah, and you make a great point, Scott, that we are fortunate to have results faster than anybody else, and that allows us to maybe be a little bit of ahead of the curve. Oakland County, obviously, a large haul of votes in Michigan. Almost 15% of the entire state's votes come from Oakland County. It's the second highest income county in the state of Michigan. And it's one where Sanders got about 47% of the vote last time. And as of now, Sanders is sitting at about 39% there. So even county-wide, you can see that it's a downward trend for Sanders compared to 4 years ago. So not a great position to be in if you're Sanders. So keeping an eye on some other key counties in Michigan. Obviously, we're watching Wayne County. We're keeping an eye on Oakland. But even looking at counties where maybe there are other populations where Sanders might be able to make up some ground. Van Buren County is 11% Hispanic. They've got about half their precincts in at the moment, and Sanders is down to Biden. Biden is at 54%, Sanders at about 36, and that's a big drop from last time. Sanders finished with 59% in Van Buren County last time. So again, you start looking at some of these counties and you start to see, well, where might Sanders be able to make up some of this? And it looks like in some of these other counties where maybe things could move a little bit further in his direction demographically, it appears that he's not running up the margins that he did last time and that put him in a position to win. So if you're looking at the places where votes remain, you're looking at a lot of votes waiting to come in from Wayne County, and we know that that is most likely going to be a difficult one for Sanders. So he would have been hoping to get his margins elsewhere. So that is why Scott broke in and let us know that some of these trends we're seeing don't bode well for Sanders, and we may be rapidly approaching the point where we can make Michigan official.
So, sure, I know we called it already, but could you kind of walk us through what's going on with Missouri? I mean, we'll switch back and forth between Missouri and Michigan because we don't want to miss anything. But yeah, Austin, if we could pull up Missouri, could you kind of talk us through maybe what's going on here? Because right now this is a bloodbath. I mean, like this is unreal. Now, yes, we are way early to be making a call, but like, I mean, are we going to see like a South Carolina situation here? Or, I mean, what are some of the key places? I know before you had said St. Louis, some of the areas surrounding St. Louis, but what are some of the other counties where you think actually might be good for Sanders?
Yeah, so currently Missouri is quite a margin for Biden. He's at slightly over 70%, Sanders at about 27%. Now, of course, it's a little early, but we only have about 17,000 votes in accounted for statewide. But I think if you start to look at some of those key counties, where might Sanders look to get any kind of a margin? Well, he would have been looking in Boone County, where it's got the University of Missouri. It was his second best county. He won 61% there 4 years ago. Cape Girardeau County has the Southeast Missouri State University. Greene County has Missouri State. Johnson County has the University of Central Missouri. Some of these places where you would hope that he would maybe run up some margins, but at the moment, I mean, when you're down by 50 points, 40 points, at a little over 40 points at this point, it's difficult to make up that margin in counties that maybe aren't super populous. So right now it looks like quite an uphill battle for Sanders in Missouri, just because the margins are so difficult for him elsewhere, and it doesn't look like there's going to be enough there in some of these other places for him to kind of make up that gap.
Yeah, I think that's a good take. Yeah, let's flip back to Michigan. Also, feel free to let us know if you have any questions or if there's anything that you definitely want us to cover. We're kind of tracking some of the conversation on Twitch, on YouTube. Also, feel free to send us a tweet at Decision Desk HQ. So feel free if there's anything you want us to kind of talk about. Feel free. But yeah, so far, not looking like a great night for Senator Sanders.
And we'll be, obviously right now with Mississippi and Missouri called by Decision Desk HQ, they are of less immediate importance than Michigan, which remains uncalled officially and which is tonight's biggest delegate prize. But at the moment, it's looking like a good state for Biden. We talked a little bit about some of the counties where Sanders would be hoping to maybe run up some margins, at least perform a little bit better than he did last time when he narrowly won the state in a shocking upset over Hillary Clinton. And in many of those states, even many of those counties, rather, even where he holds a lead, they appear to be of a narrower variety than his leads in the past. So Kent County and Kalamazoo County both are 100% reporting now. Kalamazoo, where Western Michigan University is, Kent, where Grand Rapids is located, both 100% in. Sanders is leading in each of them. He has 48% in Kalamazoo, 51% in Kent, but respectively, he was at 61 and 62% in those counties in 2016. And so running about 10%, maybe about a dozen percentage points behind his margins there 4 years ago. And those are difficult when, as we've discussed, you're staring down the barrel of Wayne County, 23% of the expected primary vote tonight, where we don't have any results counted yet. And it was handicapped probably as Sanders' worst county based on it being his worst county in 2016. So it's becoming harder and harder as more votes come in to envision a Sanders path to victory in Michigan. It's just a matter of looking at where might these votes come from. If you're looking at Wayne County, it's difficult to envision that there will be a significant Sanders margin there. And if you're thinking about, well, maybe it's a very bad margin for Sanders there, and Wayne County is very heavily favoring Biden, then it becomes even more important for Sanders to be overperforming his margins from 2016 in some of these other counties with colleges and universities in them. The fact that that's not happening makes this a very difficult moment for the Sanders campaign. Another perhaps angle to this that we've overlooked slightly is in Livingston County, Michigan, we've got about half of the precincts reporting, and it's the highest income county in the state of Michigan, nearly $81,000 a year median household income. And Biden is currently ahead there 52% to Sanders 37. 4 years ago, Sanders won that county with 59% of the vote. And so it's in that case, we're looking at about a 22 percentage point drop for Sanders in Livingston County, Michigan. Again, these are difficult places to be losing support, especially when you know that you need to make up ground and maybe build yourself a little bit of a cushion looking forward to Wayne County's votes dropping in. So you start to maybe kind of look through Michigan, try to find some counties where that margin might come from, and it's becoming more and more difficult to find it. As we roll on here, we've called Missouri and Mississippi for Joe Biden. We called it very, very quickly within the moment, right at the moment polls closed. Um, Mississippi, perhaps expectedly, Biden at the moment ahead there with about 76% of the vote, Sanders below 20%. Missouri is a state where Biden is holding a considerable lead. He's got about 63% to Sanders 28. Again, it's early in the evening for both of those states, so we don't want to say too much about the margins and what that means for delegate allocation, and we'll be watching those counties come in so that we know more about what that's going to look like. But at the moment, we certainly know enough to say that both of those states will go to Biden in convincing fashion, and neither one will help stop the bleeding for the Sanders campaign.
This feels like a race that's over, man. Am I over? Am I over extrapolating from the night's data? What do you like? What are your thoughts? Because he's not. Sanders is not doing well among African American voters. He's not doing well in the suburbs. He's not doing well among all the age groups that vote, according to the exits that are out. I mean, this feels like a primary that's over.
Well, I think that that's probably a fair, a fair hot take. It's spicy, but it's fair. You know, I think that if you're Sanders, the difficulty is that your primary base of support is not evidently enough to make up for the places where you are lacking in support. So he's not probably just not doing well enough in, for example, counties with colleges and universities in them to make up for the fact that he's getting blown out in counties with suburbs or counties with large African American populations, or the other range of populations that you mentioned before. That makes this entire race for the nomination feel like an uphill battle. But there are a couple things that I think maybe are worth mentioning. The first one is that I don't think that Bernie Sanders will drop out regardless. Um, Certainly, history has shown us that he will stick it out, try to compile as many delegates as he can, and then try to make his presence felt at the convention, on in the party platform and in some party rules. And then on top of that, I think that the question becomes, well, this is a pretty dynamic process, and we haven't had a debate or some other event that maybe can change the narrative between really South Carolina and now. And so there hasn't really been anything to stop Joe Biden's momentum. And so maybe Sanders can come out swinging at the next debate and expose some kind of big weakness for Joe Biden. Maybe there's some kind of big story that, roils the race. And as long as Bernie Sanders sticks it out, he'll be the one in position to maybe reap that reward. But I think that the spicy take pods is well received, in the sense that this is not moving in the direction you would want it to if you're Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sort of purposely being a little over the top, but like, I think going into tonight, some of us were thinking that Yes, it was an uphill battle that Sanders had, but I mean, he's getting blown out in Michigan right now. Based on now, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in, etc. All the usual caveats. Like we're looking at 30% of the precincts in. He's only behind by 11, but I think a lot of the expectations game surrounding Michigan was he has to do pretty well. And right now, if this trend continues in terms of the amount of the vote that's in, this just doesn't seem like it's well enough. Yeah, checking in on the other parts of the map, Mississippi and Missouri, which we called immediately at polls closed for Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden. How a little slow counting some of the votes there. We're at about 1% precincts in Mississippi, just under 4% precincts in Missouri. But even with that little amount of data, which we don't want to extrapolate anything from, Biden with considerable leads there. But again, we keep going back to Michigan because that's sort of the place to watch right now. And we're going to especially be watching it as the clock strikes 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know, Podco. What do you think about calling Michigan a 9? Wasserman called it a 9. Good for him. But, you know.
It looks. I mean, I don't see where Sanders has a path. He's underperforming every place where he did well in 2016. I don't know if you were on the stream, Scott, but we were talking about all the places where Sanders is winning, even these places where he's winning right now. For example, Kalamazoo. If we look at just Kalamazoo and Kent, he had 48% tonight in Kalamazoo, 49% if we round up. He had 61% of the vote there 2 years ago. In Kent County, Sanders has 50% of the vote right now. He had 62% in 2016. And so even the places where he's beating Biden, it's just nowhere near where his pockets of support were in 2016. And as Shore keeps reminding us pretty regularly, Wayne County is not going to be favorable for him. That's where we imagine that's where in 2016, 23% of the Democratic primary vote was out of Wayne County. And that was Sanders' worst county. And I don't imagine it's going to get any better, especially considering the large African-American population there is in Wayne County and the fact that Joe Biden is performing unbelievably well among African-Americans.
Right.
And
I mean,
so,
that's just to jump in, Pods. I mean, that's really what I think would make this callable, is the sense that the only path to victory for Sanders in my estimation would be that you expect that Wayne County is somehow going to be better for him this time than it was in 2016. He won about 38% there in 2016. It was his worst county that year. And if you think that that will be significantly more favorable for him this time, then I can understand maybe pumping the brakes. But with the margin being what it was last time, and with very little reason demographically to expect that it's going to be much better for him this time around, it looks like a really, really difficult path for him. So, yeah, to to answer Scott's question from a couple minutes ago, I find it a difficult path to envision for Sanders. I mean, unless somebody can play devil's advocate and convince me somehow, some way that Wayne County will be better for Sanders this time than it was in 2016. But I'm skeptical.
yeah, I'm not sure. So we'll kind of see what our race call team says But yeah, we're paying attention very closely at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I think like we've been saying, Mississippi and Missouri both called very early for Biden by our race call team at Decision Desk HQ. Both came in expecting to be pretty clear Biden wins. I don't think either of those states was where Sanders was expecting to maybe make his mark tonight and try to reestablish himself in the race. Michigan was definitely supposed to be that state. It was a state that gave him a surprise win last time, gave him some momentum in that campaign. It's the largest delegate hall, so it's the state where you can make your biggest footprint. And it's a state that appears to be maybe slipping away from Sanders tonight as his margins in counties with college campuses and counties that he performed well in last time, where he's running behind those margins pretty significantly. And Wayne County is his worst county last time, and we're skeptical that it's going to be much better this time. So that's why all eyes are on Michigan as we approach the top of the hour. Some of the counties where some more votes have come in, Macomb County, where Warren and Sterling Heights are, that is 100% reporting at the moment. Biden at 52.5% there, Sanders at 42%. He was at 47% there 4 years ago. So again, a county where Sanders is coming in a bit behind his vote share in 2016. And this has kind of been the running trend of the evening for him, especially in Michigan, where, these margins were just enough for Sanders to edge Hillary Clinton for the victory there last time. And to be falling behind those margins this time make it pretty difficult to envision that Sanders has a path to the win. Again, he would need to perform better in Wayne County than he did last time for this to really be much of a competition.
Yeah, hey, sure. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty fascinating as we're kind of seeing this play out. This, I think people were expecting just based on how 2016 went in terms of Sanders's performance in Michigan relative to the polls. I think people were expecting maybe something to be a little bit different this time around, and so far this is not going his way. I mean, the polling average going into today, I mean, according to 538, was Biden 55, Sanders 32. So this was not going to be a close race based on polling, but I think people were very skeptical because of what happened 4 years ago to essentially make any assessment. And we haven't called the race yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if something were to come out pretty soon from our end for calling Michigan. Haven't done so yet, but I think that's something that's going on in the background as polls close in the entire state.
Well, and I think you make a good point about the, healthy dose of skepticism about polling in Michigan going into a Democratic primary. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton had over a 20% lead over Sanders in the polls going into Michigan, and then Sanders pulled off that pretty stunning upset where he narrowly defeated her. So I think that that's probably where that dose of skepticism comes from. But, skepticism is one thing, denial is another. And I think that that's probably an important thing to keep track of. One county that's particularly interesting this time in Michigan that I've got my eye on, they've got over 90% of the precincts in Grand Traverse County. It was Sanders' third best county in the state in 2016. He won 65% of the vote there. He's ahead there with 48% of the vote right now. Biden right behind him, a little over 46% of the vote there. So again, it's a county where Sanders is underperforming his margin from 4 years ago. In this case, he's underperforming it by almost a 15, 17%
Hey, sure.
margin.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just going to interrupt, and just because we have called the Michigan Democratic primary for Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden. So this is an early night in Michigan. Definitely an earlier one than we thought. Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to break that to our listeners. Yeah,
I appreciate it. Yeah, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. to you.
indeed. My apologies. Yeah, that's unbelievable. I am. Again, I don't see how I did not see for that entire 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock hour where Sanders really had a path. So in terms of the last hour, I'm not at all surprised, but I think in terms of the last 3 days, I am surprised, because I think people were saying that maybe this would be a little bit closer than the race is going to be. Now, as we've been cautioning listeners and viewers for the last few races, this is a long game. And so this is all about the delegate haul. It's not necessarily about winners or losers. Now, this is a big win in terms of the expectations game for Biden in this state. And this may be where Sanders realizes he doesn't have a path going ahead. So that is important. However, the only metric that matters are the delegates. And so what matters is going to be not only who wins, but by how much, and where that margin is across the state. If this is a huge delegate victory for Biden at the end of the night, once our delegate team counts and runs all the numbers for the state, this is the largest delegate haul of the day. And so this could be a really good day for Biden, not only in terms of looking at the colors on the map, because right now everything is Biden blue, as we're calling it, but also in terms of the delegate lead. And so, I mean, we were saying before Michigan was called, I don't really know how much of a path that Sanders has, but we'll kind of see. I mean, we'll see what the reaction of tonight is. We still have to wait to see how Washington State's going to fall, and that's not until hours and hours away. But we'll see. We'll kind of see how it goes. This is pretty unbelievable overall.
Well, and I think that it also, aside from just the momentum of this race, it also is a pretty difficult pill for Sanders to swallow, because one of the arguments for his candidacy was that not only would he excite younger voters and, maybe college campuses and those kind of places, but that he could appeal to white working class, blue collar areas that the party had lost to Donald Trump in states like Michigan. And if he's not succeeding in those kinds of places this time around, and if he's running behind Biden, even in some of those places, but even not running at the margins he was last time, that would seem to really hamper his argument that he can really lead the Democratic Party forward, where he can bring in new people and kind of bring back the older ones who've been lost. It's a difficult pill to swallow, because it really is a test of that campaign, and it doesn't look like it's going Sanders' way in Michigan tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sort of just at a loss. And like, again, I mean, the polls had indicated that this was going to be a short night for Sanders in Michigan. But again, just based on how that went 4 years ago, I think people had some doubts. But we'll see how how Team Sanders kind of takes this. And yeah, I understand we're still waiting on North Dakota, we're waiting on Idaho, and we're waiting on Washington. But I think Team Sanders, and at least the media expectations around this race, had said that, well, Michigan that's where it was. Like, this was kind of a big point in the map where people were going to be looking to. not only, I mean, in no small part because of the surprise victory that he had there in 2016. Just wondering aloud whether or not they'd be able to do, whether or not his campaign would be able to achieve that sort of victory again. And it seems like it's not the case.
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult pill to swallow for any campaign, but I think that for most campaigns, a drubbing like the one we're seeing take shape across the board, and one where we've kind of struggled just kind of kicking around in conversation what we imagine the path to a nomination is for Sanders down the line. It's the kind of scenario where you probably would start writing the eulogy of that campaign and expecting that candidate to drop out. But knowing Senator Sanders and his refusal to drop out in 2016, the ideological differences between him and the rest of the party, it's even though all of our gut instincts tell us this is a campaign that, at least at the moment, appears to be knocking on death's door, it still to me feels difficult to imagine that he really would end this campaign. Maybe pods you can play devil's advocate, but to me, I find it difficult to imagine that Sanders drops out of this thing really before the convention.
I don't know. I mean, what does he have to gain to stay in it? Let's game this scenario out because I think this is interesting. What does he have um, in terms of policy advancement, in terms of maybe reforming the Democratic Party rules on nominations, influencing what's in the platform? What does he have to gain in terms of some of those in terms of some of those outputs if he were to stay in?
Yeah, so I think that the same questions you're asking right now, you could have asked of him 4 years ago. When you're mathematically eliminated from contention for the nomination, but you stay in because you want to compile as many delegates as possible, take them to the convention, and use them as leverage to push for changes to the platform or changes to the party rules. I think that was even more those questions were just as applicable, if not more applicable, last time. Um, I think that Sanders probably wants to pull the party to the left on a few issues, and if he can get that cemented in the party platform, he would take that as a victory, as he did 4 years ago. And I think that maybe there are some rule changes that he could push for within the process of the Democratic nominations. Um, you know, I don't know if it would quite take the shape of pushing because of his own success there, if it would take the shape of pushing away from caucuses or away from Iowa being the first state or those kinds of things. But I imagine that he would want to compile the delegates and use them as leverage to try to get some ideological wins in that sense. And I think that the same skepticism you express now could probably have been expressed 4 years ago, because like I said, for the vast majority of candidacies, once it becomes clear you aren't going to be the presidential nominee, you typically bow out.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. He could have some victories for the reforming the nominating system, which is something that he did out of 2016. I think in no small part to Team Sanders, changing some of the rules and how the races have been run this time around. In addition to saving the super delegates to the second ballot, there were a lot of influences there. Also, I imagine some of the debate qualifications that were added this time around were definitely influenced based on conversations with the Sanders surrogates and people in that camp. So there's definitely some room um, for him to get some more concessions out of the race. But I sort of wonder whether or not he has the same type of leverage that he had in 2016 to add things to the platform. For example, I mean, on healthcare, the party's already there. I mean, if we look at some of the exit polls today, even despite the wins, we look at Michigan and Missouri, we're talking majority of Democratic primary voters who are in support of Medicare for all plans. And so, I mean, where is he going to go there in terms of getting it into the platform, where there are variations of that are already there? And so I just don't know. I mean, unless he's going to add like literacy programs, I don't know where he goes from here.
Well, I think that maybe it could be something that's a little bit more like constituent service. Maybe some of the demographic groups that tend to disproportionately support him could get more commitments out of the party platform. So, thinking about something like, student loan debt, moving the party platform further on that to a point where maybe he can push them to a more full-throated commitment to not just some kind of plan to help you pay down your debt, but more of a real canceling of student loan debt. More of a full-throated guarantee of tuition-free state universities. Some of those kinds of things that maybe are more directly tied to the demographic groups that are disproportionately supportive of Sanders, and places where maybe they could nudge the party a little bit further. Healthcare is one where I think maybe the party has already gotten there, but maybe he would push to try to get the party more supportive of limiting what if any private supplemental plans would exist. But if he can try to nudge the party as much as he can on those policies, and I think that he would have more room on some of the things that are more younger voters, student kind of focused. I think that he would definitely see that as a win and something worth sticking it out for. So yeah, Michigan, a state that we have now called for Joe Biden, along with our way earlier calls about an hour and 15 minutes ago of Mississippi and Missouri. Biden having a very good night so far. Missouri, he is just under 60% of the vote, over 80% in Mississippi, though we still have quite a bit to count there. But all in all, a good night for Biden so far tonight in the first 3 states. An earlier night than perhaps we were expecting. We thought maybe we'd be watching these a little bit closer. The races might be a little bit closer. Has not borne out that way. I know that. Yeah.
No, yeah, I think you're totally right. This is early. However, like we're still watching the delegate count, and that's the big piece of tonight that we want to look at. And before we kind of go around the map to just check in at the states, let's just remind people to
subscribe,
to like, subscribe, and wash your hands. What were you gonna say, Scott?
I was going to say like, subscribe, and wash your hands in reverse order.
Fair enough.
Yeah. If we wash our hands and then touch our face, do we have to wash our hands twice?
That's a good question. Leave us a comment. Let us know.
Yeah, we will not comment on that because we are not medical professionals, despite Dr. Podcool having a doctorate. It's not in medicine.
It's true. That's true. I'm not qualified.
If you're wondering if we're killing time, we are, because we've got a little bit of time before all the other states come in, and we thought Michigan would at least be interesting, but Biden decided to give us a Super Tuesday without any drama.
Yeah, Austin, could we just quickly take a look at Mississippi and then after that look at Missouri? Yeah, so we're still waiting for a big chunk of the vote in each of these places to come in. Mississippi, we're at about 6% precincts reporting. However, in both of these places, it's still, we're seeing Biden blue even as we're looking at the screen. We just watched two counties pop up there, and I mean, yes, we called these way early in the night. That blue is pretty close. Yeah, that's more or less. That's more or less what the map is looking like so far. But like in Missouri, we have Biden at 58%, Sanders at 29. That's huge. I mean, this is like pretty unbelievable. As we're looking at the map, we're seeing that Biden is leading everywhere where we have votes in, and Sanders just consistently underperforming where his 2016 numbers were. I think in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, people kept justifying why Sanders was underperforming his 2016 numbers by saying, well, it was a two-person race. It's different. But this time around, this is a two-person race. Yes, we have absentee early voters who maybe selected other candidates on their ballots, but for all intents and purposes, this is a two-person race. And it seems to be that Sanders support has gone away from 2016 to 2020. I wonder how much of that Sanders vote was just an anti-Hillary vote in 2016. And I think that might have that might explain a lot of the discrepancy from one year to the next. However, the Sanders and his camp have interpreted that there's a strong base of support across the country for his campaign in 2016, and sort of saw that as a justification to re-enter the race in 2020. But so far, that does not seem to be panning out. But correct me if you disagree. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's an interesting question of, how many of those Sanders 2016 voters were, committed, tried and true Sanders supporters, and how many of them were there just because he wasn't Hillary Clinton. And I think that that's particularly relevant in a state like Michigan, where so much of the Sanders campaign argument was about being able to expand out beyond um, just the base of support that Sanders had last time, but to expand it even further and make the case that Sanders was the best candidate to take on Donald Trump among groups of voters who the Democratic Party, with Hillary Clinton as their nominee, lost in the general election. So I'll point your attention to Missaukee County in Michigan. It was Trump's best county in the 2016 general election in Michigan. We've got 100% of the precincts in there. And currently, we've got Biden at 56.7% there, Sanders at 32%. Sanders had 58% of the vote in that county in 2016. So this is the kind of county where it was a county that Trump was able to win big in 2016 in the general election against Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders won it in the primary against Hillary Clinton. And if Sanders was going to make the argument that his campaign appeals to the white working class, to blue collar voters, this is the kind of county where he would need to be performing well in to make that case. And not only is he behind his margin in 2016, he's double digits behind Biden in that county. And so it becomes a very difficult sell for the Sanders campaign to make the claim that they're a campaign that's best positioned to win the white working class, to win back blue collar voters, when they're performing so much worse this cycle than they did last time in the counties that are specifically the ones that that Democrats are looking to take back and do better in. Um, it's a difficult position for them to be in for sure. And I think Pods, gets back to your point of how much of that vote for Sanders and maybe even for Trump but certainly for Sanders in these kinds of counties was just because of Hillary Clinton being so unpopular with those kinds of voters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in we're still waiting for some of the vote to come in, but in Greene County in Missouri right now, we have that's the one county on the map that is colored for Bernie Sanders right now. Again, there's still some precincts out in the county, but we have Sanders in the lead over Biden by a tenth of a percentage point, and that is about 12 points worse than he did in 2016. And so the one glimmer of hope where he's winning is still just drastically underperforming 2016. And so, I mean, maybe other people have different opinions about how to treat comparing the 2020 race to the 2016 race, but this is a two-person race now. This is Biden versus Bernie. Last time around, it was Hillary Clinton versus Bernie, and so he's shedding support. He's not picking up support.
Well, and to flip this on its head a little bit, Pods, like if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at Michigan right now, do you think that maybe you are in a good position going into a general election against Trump, where you feel like we've vanquished Bernie Sanders in these kinds of counties? And, maybe because of that, if we do better in those places, maybe not even win them, but just do better than Hillary Clinton did, that's enough already to really close the gap in a state like Michigan that finished with such a narrow margin.
I mean, yes, I think especially looking at where that support's coming from in this primary. And a lot, like for example, among African Americans, and I'm very curious to see what the turnout is going to look like in some of this in Wayne County, especially in Michigan, because these were some pockets where people stayed home, in 2016, and if Joe Biden could sort of demonstrate that, hey, I brought people out in the primary, I'm going to be able to bring people out again in the general election. Then I think that then it could be could have a strong position here, but we'll kind of see. I think in all of these battleground states, particularly in the Midwest, say Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota as well. Some of these states that are in that region, people are definitely going to be now looking very closely at who is supporting Biden, and they're going to be targeting those voters a lot to come out this November to turn out against President Trump.
That's right. And I think that, it's easy to forget just because of how the Electoral College works, where, it's a winner take all system. But Michigan was decided by about 10,000 votes. And that's razor thin margin when you're dealing with an election like this. And so if your margins are slightly better, just ever so slightly better in some of these rural white collar, blue collar, white working class counties, that even without getting your turnout up in Wayne County, for example, might be enough for a candidate like Biden to close the gap and to get back into the lead. And so it's I think that on the one hand, it's fair to look at this as bad news for Sanders because his margins aren't where they were in those kinds of counties 4 years ago. But flipping it around a little bit and thinking about Biden, are the wins in those places convincing enough that you feel confident that you really can appeal to some of those places and maybe win back some of those supporters? Because I think when you're thinking about a campaign, I mean, obviously, step one is to actually actually consider those states competitive and put some resources and time there. But beyond that, where do you really focus your resources? Do you focus it on trying to appeal to some of these rural counties and try to persuade folks who maybe voted for Trump 4 years ago to come back into the fold? Or do you tend to focus more of your resources in places like Wayne County or Genesee County or Saginaw County to try to boost turnout among demographic groups that already tend to overwhelmingly support your side, but who didn't maybe turn out quite at the rate you were hoping they would for Hillary Clinton. Obviously, this is a bit of a false dichotomy because you don't need to exclusively do one or the other. But Paz, I don't know if you have any thoughts about like which you would prioritize if you're the Biden campaign.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I might start sort of the general election campaign kind of from scratch, just start over and now build a new campaign. Because he had to build a campaign over the last few weeks, which just sort of, in unbelievable fashion, sort of coming back from behind in terms of the national polling, losing Iowa, losing New Hampshire, coming in a distant second in Nevada, going to South Carolina. So there had to be a lot of creativity behind piecing together what I think is a successful primary campaign, or at least that's where I think the data is trending right now. We're not there yet. But I think kind of starting from scratch, taking a step back, and now treating the second step as sort of something fresh. He's the same candidate, and so there's going to be features that kind of hang around, but we'll kind of see. But no, here's a question for sure. I thought this was pretty interesting on from one of our viewers on YouTube. Do you think Biden would have won the 2016 nomination? I think that's an interesting thought experiment. I don't know what to do with that, but what's sort of your thought on the answer to that question?
Well, it's an interesting thought experiment, and it's one of the things that makes social science so unique is that we can't say, okay, well, let's just go into our lab and run another trial, and this time we'll put Joe Biden in the petri dish. So we kind of have to think about it. We can only run through time once. But I think that there are kind of two questions embedded in there. One is, would Joe Biden, if he entered the race, have won the Democratic nomination? And then if he had won the Democratic nomination, would he have won the general election? And so I think that those two are
let's focus on the first part, only because that's what what our listener had asked.
Yeah, and so that's where I was going, was setting aside the general election for now because it's much further upstream. But in thinking about the primaries, so Hillary Clinton definitely had pretty entrenched support within the party. She was getting endorsements years before she was running. She had run before and nearly won the nomination. Biden had run before but had never won a contest. So Hillary Clinton definitely had a pretty entrenched base of support within the party. Bernie Sanders obviously had his army of committed followers. But it's interesting. I mean, if Biden were to get in, it's really a question of would he have been able to maybe shake some of that Hillary Clinton entrenched support within the party? Would he have been able to break into that? On the flip side, there's the question of would he maybe have been able to take away a lot of the Sanders voters who appeared to have just been people who wanted to vote for whoever wasn't Hillary Clinton? And so maybe there's a path to the nomination of reaching into the establishment support of Democrats and cracking that base of support from Hillary Clinton, and maybe scrounging up some of it, and then maybe being able to break into places like white working class counties, rural areas, blue collar kind of folks. Would they have gone with Biden because they knew they didn't want Hillary Clinton, and given the choice between Biden and Sanders, maybe they go Biden? It's certainly what they've done tonight when faced with the two of them. So in that sense, maybe you can imagine a path for Biden in the nomination. It's not as if he was a complete outsider to the party. He was the sitting vice president. So I think it's an interesting thought experiment, and there definitely could have been a path. Um, and perhaps if it were to get to, and this is where it gets really in the weeds in my own head, is thinking about, well, maybe it gets to a brokered convention where you really have three candidates with very even levels of delegates in Biden, Sanders, and Clinton. And then it goes to the floor of the convention and they have to kind of figure out who's going to get this thing. The current sitting vice president is probably in a better position, one would think, to kind of take the reins if all else is equal. So that would probably be my my answer to that. With the consideration of the general election saved for a rainy day.
Yeah, no, I think you raised some good points there. I think maybe the one thing that I would add is I think this time around in 2020, the Democrats have benefited from the lessons of the Republicans in 2016, and so I don't know if um, we would have seen a Buttigieg immediate dropout and endorsement, a Klobuchar immediate dropout and endorsement, if the Democrats had not seen what happened with respect to the Trump nomination in 2016, where the party just sort of failed to coordinate and get behind sort of an anti-Trump candidate, where this time they saw the writing on the wall, they quickly got out and they made things happen. And so if this sort of same situation were to happen in 2016, where say we had three candidates and they were all kind of duking it out, there might have been an opportunity, say if Biden and Hillary were splitting the more I guess the anti-Bernie lane, as I call it, then there may have been a fear about whether or not Bernie would end up being the nominee. But I think this time around things were a little bit different, where I think the anti-Bernie crowd coalesced pretty quickly from preventing that from happening. I mean, there's no right answer. We don't really know how this would have played out, but it's certainly a good question for sure. On another question on YouTube, Tom asked whether or not Sanders is going to make viability in Mississippi. Right now, I think it's too soon for us to say. Right now, he's at 15.5%, and that's for statewide. I definitely think he's trending in the direction, and we would have to check in with our delegate math team on this question. But I think he's definitely trending in the direction of not reaching the delegate threshold for delegates in some of the congressional districts. And so even if he were to make it at the state level, reach that 15% line, there's, I think, a good chance that he doesn't make that 15% line in each of the state's congressional districts. So definitely a place where Sanders could have a particularly rough night. Again, in Mississippi, we're still awaiting a bunch of the vote. We're only at about 14% of the vote in. However, among that 14%, we have Biden up by nearly 65% of the vote, with 80% with Sanders in second at 15.5%. And so again, it's a little bit too early to say what the number of delegates that Sanders may or may not get out of the state of Mississippi, but that's something that we're going to be watching throughout the night. And so a good resource for checking out the delegates, if we're going to continue to sort of update it, and we have it included as one of the regular things we're cycling through here on the stream, but we do have a handy dandy chart on the homepage of decisiondeskhq.com. And so far right now, sort of going into today, we still had Biden at 654, Bernie at 555. And so we'll see sort of how those numbers change throughout the rest of the evening.
I mean, I think, Pods, we were kind of kicking around our own skepticism, at least certainly my skepticism, about whether Bernie Sanders would ever drop out of this race. If we're looking at a situation where he misses viability in Mississippi, he finishes 15, 20 points behind where he was last time in Missouri. He finishes, 10 points maybe behind where he was in Michigan. And we start looking forward, to the other states tonight further west, mainly the state of Washington. And if that also doesn't go his way, do we start really maybe testing my own expectations about whether Sanders would continue this race? I mean, not to be morbid, but he does have his own health to look out for. He has a heart condition, and maybe he feels like if this thing is not going to happen, he, for his own health, it would be better to step aside. Just to play devil's advocate against my own skepticism about Sanders, but it is interesting. It is a difficult night for Sanders. Not to not to completely lose sight of the fact that Tulsi Gabbard is currently behind Warren and Buttigieg in Michigan, so she is still actively running. She has not suspended her campaign, but is currently behind two candidates who have in the state of Michigan. Certainly not the biggest story of the night, but an interesting one nonetheless. Not to forget the third candidate still running for this nomination. So as you can see on our map from Michigan, much of Michigan covered in that Biden blue, and that is a nice visual representation of the fact that this is a very good night for Joe Biden. He is outperforming Sanders in a number of key counties. Sanders is below his 2016 vote share across the board. There are counties where he was up. Here's an interesting one I'm looking at now as I speak. Grand Traverse County, Sanders third best in 2016 in the state of Michigan. He won 65% of the vote there. 100% of the precincts are in, and he actually appears to have lost that county to Joe Biden. Biden at 48%, Sanders at 42.5%. Again, that after Sanders finished with 65% of the vote in that county in 2016. So another place where it seems like Sanders is falling quite behind his margins last time. Wayne County, it looks like we've got just under 50% of the precincts reporting there. Biden has a nice lead, 54.4 to Sanders, 41.8. Sanders finished with 38% there last time. It was his worst county statewide. 41.8 is marginally better, but still, given the number of votes in Wayne County and given the worse margins for Sanders across the rest of the state, that is why our race call team felt comfortable calling Michigan for Joe Biden. So just to walk through where we are so far tonight. 3 states, 3 calls for Joe Biden. Missouri and Mississippi both called within a minute of their poll closures. Both states that Biden was expected to do better in, and he has followed through on that. Sanders, right now in Mississippi, appears to be struggling to keep himself above the 15% threshold statewide to get statewide delegates. So something to watch in Mississippi as the night rolls on. And Michigan, another state that we called for Biden about an hour after we called Mississippi and Missouri. And it's another state where Biden appears to be performing quite strong. Sanders underperforming where he was 4 years ago when he shocked everybody and beat Hillary Clinton despite being down by over 20% in polls leading up to the contest. But tonight does not appear to have that magic for Sanders, and he appears to have fallen behind there as well. Our race call team called Michigan for Biden. So looking forward for the rest of the evening, what else are we watching? What else are we thinking about? Well, we've got North Dakota. They've got a firehouse caucus. That's going to be something we're going to be watching, even though it's only about 14 delegates to the Democratic convention. So not a huge prize, but something we'll be watching nonetheless. Then we've got Idaho and we've got Washington State. Of the three more western states we'll be awaiting results in, Washington State, definitely the biggest delegate haul, 89 delegates, pledged delegates at stake in Washington State. And it's a state where Sanders would hope to have a potential leg up if that state does not go Sanders' way, or if at least he does poorly enough there in proportion to how he's done elsewhere. Michigan, for example, where he's underperformed in almost every county in relation to where he was 4 years ago. It will raise questions, certainly, among observers, whether there is a path to the nomination for Sanders mathematically and whether he should step aside. So these are the things we're watching as the night rolls on. We'll continue watching Michigan. We'll continue watching Missouri. We'll continue watching Mississippi, not only because of interesting trends we see in demographics, but also because those delegates are awarded proportionally. And there are some interesting questions to still be answered about where those delegates are going to fall out. So in Missouri, what kind of a margin does Biden hang on to? Does he hold on to 60% of the vote like he has now? Does he keep that 25% lead over Sanders? Does Mississippi push Sanders below the 15% threshold? Biden at the moment has about 80%, almost 81% of the vote. And so Sanders struggling to get that statewide delegate threshold. And Michigan, another state with a lot of delegates, tonight's biggest prize. And where does Sanders fit into that? It looks like he will lose Michigan. We have called the race for Biden, but where does he fall in terms of delegates? Where is his margin? Is it a close loss? Is it a pretty distant loss? And so these are the kind of things we'll be tracking in some states, even though we've already called them. As you can see on the map there of Michigan, all but 3 counties at the moment colored in Biden blue. And so definitely a convincing win for Joe Biden tonight. And
Yeah,
the
sure. I
pressure,
mean, just to interrupt on your point here.
sure.
I mean, as we kind of cycle through the maps that we have here, those 3 counties in Michigan going for Sanders, as of right now, with the current amount of precincts in, are the only 3 counties across all 3 states for Sanders. And so let's not just think that, oh, Michigan, with all the focus on Michigan, let's not forget that Missouri so far is a blowout, and Mississippi is also a blowout, and these are also delegate hauls for Biden, where he's going to walk out of here with a huge number of delegates. Where I know we were just talking about it, but Bernie is still flirting with the 15% threshold in Mississippi. In Missouri, he's definitely going to walk away with some delegates, but Biden close to 60% of the vote share, with 34% precincts in. I mean, yeah, we're focusing on Michigan because that's, I think, where a lot of the expectation was going into tonight in light of Sanders' surprise victory in 2016. But those 3 spots on the map are places where, yes, Sanders won, but he severely underperformed his 2016 numbers. So I think so far we're still waiting to see, I think particularly how Washington is going to go at the end of the evening, but also sooner we're also going to be able to see how Idaho is going to go. And those polls close at 10 o'clock Eastern. So we're expecting we'll expect some results to roll in following polls close at 10 o'clock. But I mean, so far this seems to be. I'm comfortable saying that it seems to be a collapse of the Sanders campaign here.
Certainly compared to 2016. You look at a state like Missouri, where Hillary Clinton won narrowly, right? We're talking the difference of maybe 1,500 votes. Sanders was up over 49% there. And as of now, Biden's got 60%, Sanders is just under 34%. So the margins are definitely worse for Sanders across the board compared to 4 years ago. And you're right that it's not just limited to Michigan. This is something that's showing up across the board. Missouri, he won several counties. Like I said, he came very, very close to capturing Missouri 4 years ago, but that does not appear to be the case tonight. And I think, like we've kicked around a little bit before, is this a question of of Joe Biden's strength, of Bernie Sanders' weakness, of Hillary Clinton's weakness? Different theories abound, but nonetheless, the result is the same, and the result is Biden having a very strong night and Sanders having so far a very disappointing night.
So just curious, how do we think this is going to look in Washington or Idaho? There hasn't been, out of all the states polled tonight, Idaho has the least amount of polling. Do we think, I mean, look, what's the chances Sanders upsets in Idaho or Washington? I'm going to go with basically nothing.
It's getting I'll tell you, Scott, the more we get information from the states we're already looking at, the harder and harder it is to imagine much of a path for Sanders in those states, because you start looking at the places where maybe demographically they look a bit more like those states, and it's just tough to envision it. Is the turnout there? Are the margins there? And it's getting tougher and tougher to find it.
Yeah, I guess to sort of put, like, I agree with Shore that I think this is definitely Biden's night, and if the relationship between the results and some of the polling holds, then this is going to be a very, very good night for Biden. Idaho, I think people were maybe expecting would be a place that Sanders could do well, and maybe we'll be proven wrong a little bit. But in 2016, it's important to note Idaho was a caucus state, and in 2016, whenever it was a caucus state, Sanders seemed to overperform relative to the places that were primary states. However, this time around, to sort of open up the process a little bit more, Idaho is a primary. And so I think a lot of people are expecting maybe Sanders to do a lot worse relative to 2016 in this sort of expanded format that has more people in. So that's sort of the interesting nuance to watch there. In Washington State is actually a all mail-in ballot. And so oftentimes when we think about mail-in vote, we think about sort of the earlier absentee vote. However, every single voter votes by mail in Washington State. And so I think the interesting dynamic there could be, depending on how early people voted, you may have, for example, Elizabeth Warren or Michael Bloomberg votes come in Washington State, where they may have cast their ballot in the mail prior to those candidates dropping out. So that could be something interesting that may benefit. I would probably say that would benefit Sanders, mostly because I think a lot of those Bloomberg voters are definitely going towards Biden. And I think it's a little bit unclear, despite what some on the Twitterati might say about the Warren voters.
And I think Washington State is also interesting because we've been talking about how Sanders won there 4 years ago. They had a caucus 4 years ago that Sanders won, but they also had a non-binding primary that happened a couple months later, and Hillary Clinton won that. So maybe it gets into this question about the differences between caucuses and primaries and the ways that Sanders, on the back of really strong organization and grassroots support, was able to overperform in caucuses relative to primaries. But with Washington State now being a binding primary, and in its non-binding form, Hillary Clinton was still able to win against Sanders 4 years ago. It raises the question, and then when you start to consider, well, what are we seeing tonight that might inform us about where things go later, and you start, struggling to imagine a path. All of these things kind of uh, play a role in what we're thinking about in terms of what how we kind of handicap Sanders going forward. Um, to add to the endorsement discussion pods that we were having a little bit before, it sounds like Andrew Yang endorsed Joe Biden live on CNN from the panel a few minutes ago. So chalk up support for the Yang gang to Joe Biden.
Oh, a huge get for the Biden campaign.
Certainly will help their Twitter presence. Probably not the kind of establishment endorsement that we typically think of, but I'm sure their meme game will be much improved nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't know. The directions are unclear. Do I still get $1,000 a month if Biden wins? Does that carry over? Is that a transferable policy?
Well, I remember there were a few days ago there were rumors that Andrew Yang was going to run for mayor of New York City. I don't know if universal basic income would be a part of that campaign as well. But perhaps New York will have a new resident. I don't know. So yeah,
Yeah.
this I'm sorry, go ahead, Pods.
No, I was just gonna say we're coming up against the 10 o'clock Eastern, where we're gonna start seeing polls close in Idaho, and so we're gonna be watching that that pretty closely.
That's right. And will buy us about an hour until the polls close in Washington State. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, and also shout out to I'm so entertained by the YouTube chat because there have been people who are regular listeners and they're now checking in on things that they spoke about in previous streams. For example, only the hardcore fans will remember we had a brief conversation about New Zealand elections, and we had just one of the listeners checking in with our Kiwi listener about what's going on in New Zealand, and so much appreciated to the listeners who tune in regularly. But yeah, Tom, when you have a second, give us the lowdown on what's going on in New Zealand. But yeah, we're 4 minutes away right now from polls closing in Idaho, where sort of the last polls. We're not expecting to call the race immediately after, or immediately at 10 o'clock. However, we will certainly let you know as that sort of changes, or if that changes. We're not expecting to call it right at 10. So we'll be kind of turning all of our attention to that momentarily. Very quickly, just kind of running through some of the states that we're seeing. I know we've done this a bit, but we have gotten a little bit more of the vote in. So on our screen right now, we're showing Michigan. We're about 54% of the vote in. And again, just looking at those three counties where Sanders is winning, and the margins are fairly narrow. Next, we could also turn to Missouri, and Missouri is Biden blue from Kansas City to St. Louis, in the northern part of the state, in the Ozarks, the southern part of the state. This is so far a pretty decisive victory for Biden. However, again, the name of the game is delegates, and so Bernie will be leaving the show me state with some delegates. Then, if we go south to Mississippi, we again see this Biden blue that we have here we're at about 26.5% of precincts reporting. So there's still quite a bit of the outstanding vote. If we look at Hinds County, for example, we're seeing that because that's where we see big pockets of vote. Hinds County, where we have Biden up 82% of the vote to Sanders 15. We're still waiting some of these Delta counties to come in, but Biden just continuing to do well all across the board here in Mississippi. I think it's a good question. Whether or not Bernie will leave the state with any delegates, I think it's a little too early to tell right now. But I think it's very likely that there will be a congressional district that he walks out without any delegates in by failing to reach the 15% threshold at that stage. And so as we're kind of getting closer and closer to 10 o'clock Eastern, we're getting closer to polls close in Idaho. As sort of a preview, Shore, what are the places and the pockets that you're looking at pretty closely in Idaho? I know this is maybe a little bit more difficult to look at just because 4 years ago this was a caucus. Now it's a primary, so we can't exactly extrapolate some of the patterns like we are, say, in Michigan. But just based on what we know about the state, what are some of the key counties that you're looking at, and why?
Sure. So I think that one of the first things to look at is, well, when you have a county that accounts for almost half of the expected votes, that's going to be a pretty darn important county to keep track of. So Ada County, where Boise is located, we expect about 45% of the votes to come from Ada County. So definitely at the top of the list of key counties to follow there. Beyond that, you're looking at Canyon County, you're looking at Kootenai County, both of those about 8% of each of the expected votes. So Canyon County, for example, is a pretty young county, relatively speaking. Their median age is 33, and it's 25% Hispanic. So it's a county that if Sanders is going to really have a nice margin in a county, you would expect it to be a place like Canyon. And then some of the other places, maybe where you would expect Sanders to do better, they tend to be places like Latah County or Madison County. Latah County, where the University of Idaho is located. And it's also one of only 2 counties that Hillary Clinton carried in Idaho in the 2016 general election. Madison County is the youngest county in the state of Idaho. Their median age is only 23 years old. And it's because it's the location of BYU, Idaho. And so those are the kind of places where you would be looking for Sanders to maybe run up some margin. And then Teton County has the highest education and the highest level of income of any counties in Idaho. Median household income is almost $69,000, and almost 30% of the population 25 plus has a bachelor's degree or more. So this is a county that's going to be interesting because it looks so far like those kinds of counties have been more favorable to Biden. But we'll see if that trend continues in Idaho. So these are the kind of places you want to look. You want to look where the votes tend to be coming mostly from when you have counties that account for so much of the expected vote. And then you start looking at maybe some counties where you expect one candidate to start running up some margins because of the demographics of that county. And that's really kind of the rundown of what key counties we're looking at. So Ada County, almost half of the expected votes in the entire state, biggest prize of them all county-wise. And then if you're Sanders, you're looking to run up your margins in Bannock, Latah, Madison, the counties with some university campuses. So we are now past the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Polls are closed in Idaho, and we will be watching those results as they come in. No numbers from Idaho just yet, but we'll be watching it closely. In Michigan, where we've been watching, the race is called for Joe Biden. The race is also called for Joe Biden in Mississippi and in Missouri. So Joe Biden already racking up 3 wins tonight, including the largest potential delegate haul in Michigan. And now, as the map continues to move westward and we look at Idaho, we're going to find out if Joe Biden can continue this hot streak or if Bernie Sanders can maybe eke out a win as the map moves west.
Yeah, absolutely. And we so far we do have a delegate update for the delegate counter again. For that, check out decisiondeskhq.com. We have that on the website. We also have it on results.decisiondeskhq.com. Right now, we have Joe Biden at 710 delegates, and we have Bernie Sanders at 570 delegates. And so we're seeing those numbers sort of being revised live. So 710 and 570 with Elizabeth Warren at 52 and everybody else sort of below that. But so far, this is looking like a good night for Joe Biden. Now, Shore, here's sort of a question. When I look at this, the graphic on the screen right now, and we have this sort of dotted line where that's where the candidates need to get to guarantee a nomination on the first ballot. The margin between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders doesn't look that huge. What are we still just waiting for the delegates to be allocated tonight? Is it because we have some huge delegate hauls next week? I mean, we're saying I don't want to overspeak. I mean, my position is that I think the primary is over. Are we maybe over-interpreting the results from or are we not interpreting exactly the right metric being the delegate lead, and we're just sort of looking at winners and losers?
Well, I think my answer to this might be different now than it would have been a couple weeks ago. And that's because the first thing that hit me when I looked at this delegate tracker is, wow, look at where Pete Buttigieg is. And I'm old enough to remember when he was the stunning winner of Iowa and was within a point of winning New Hampshire and seemed to have all of this wind at his back. And it's just a reminder that for so much of this process, it doesn't quite matter how many delegates you have early on. Iowa, New Hampshire, these are relatively small states delegate wise, but the impact they supposedly have on the narrative and on the coverage and on the sense of viability for these candidates is way larger than the number of delegates they have. Now, certainly, I think that maybe the last couple weeks have maybe put a dent in that momentum-based argument, but I do think that there is still something to be said about the fact that it's not necessarily just a consideration of the number of delegates, but there also is something to be said about being the candidate who has strung together a bunch of successive wins and the one who seems to have most of the wind at their backs. And I think that if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at the calendar of the kinds of states that come next, you're looking at states that probably would tend to be, to be states that you think you have a good chance in. States when Biden was able to win states like Massachusetts, states like Texas a week ago, that was a pretty big wake up call for the state of this race because it meant that Biden wasn't contained only to the South. He wasn't only a candidate who could win in a certain region, but that he had reach beyond that. And I think that that is something that is going to, and certainly has, given tonight's results, can resonate beyond just a narrow subset of places. And so I think that the sense that this thing is wrapping up, the sense that Joe Biden feels inevitable, even if the numbers aren't there and that he isn't right at the number of 1991 delegates needed to win the nomination outright, but the sense that he's on a strong path to it based on the results we've seen lately, I don't think is completely worthless. Though certainly, uh, the the experiences of a candidate like Pete Buttigieg maybe make us a little bit more cautious about momentum based arguments than maybe we would have made in the past.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I mean, I think there's a question to be asked about: is that because those contests just don't tell us much, or is it because, well, it was a weird situation, Iowa couldn't count, he didn't get the same boost out of it,
Iowa couldn't count. You're not
whatever
wrong.
whatever the issue was, numbers were they were riding the struggle bus quite hard that night. So, and for the the following week or two, and we still, as far as I know, don't really know what happened there. I think they've certified results, but there are smarter people than I who are still thoroughly convinced that there are errors. So we may never really know who won Iowa. Um, but certainly, assuming Buttigieg is the rightful winner, it was a difficult momentum situation for him, given the uncertainty and the fact that much of the news story was Iowa had such a struggle counting. Um, and so, maybe when you look at the margin in New Hampshire, where he was about 1 percentage point behind Sanders for the lead, is this a very different race if Buttigieg wins Iowa, does it decisively, wins New Hampshire, and then maybe we go to Nevada and it's a slightly different race. Maybe, at that point, Buttigieg comes in second in Nevada, maybe comes in first, excuse me, but Biden comes in a third or maybe a fourth, and then maybe it's a different story when we get to South Carolina, or maybe South Carolina really was a firewall that just would never budge, and Buttigieg could never break into it. And so there are a lot of different possibilities, and I guess I'm kind of talking myself through a bunch of different ones as I go on here, um, but yeah, I think it raises all sorts of interesting questions about momentum and what value, if any, it has consistently.
Agreed. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Still no votes in Idaho, as far as I can tell. So we're still waiting for our first numbers to come in from there. We're obviously still watching Missouri. We're still watching Mississippi. We're still watching Michigan. These races have been called, but and I should specify Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri have been called, but we're still watching them to look for maybe some trends in demographics and for margins. We're interested in what these contests say in regards to delegate allocation. Mississippi right now, Sanders is at 15.2% statewide. And 15%, of course, is the threshold for a candidate to qualify for any statewide delegates. So, anxious moments for Sanders in Mississippi. Missouri, we're looking at almost a little over 3/4 of the precincts reporting, and Joe Biden still hanging around a 61%, 61% of the vote there, as opposed to Sanders at 34. So a strong performance for Biden in Missouri. And in Michigan, Biden with about 60% of the precincts in, Biden at 53%, Sanders at 39. So that is our rundown of the states we already are tracking. Idaho, again, still not enough data in, no votes as far as I can see, but we will be watching it closely as that is definitely a state that is outstanding, and one in which we are interested to see if maybe Sanders can perform a bit better than he has in the other contests tonight, or if the same kinds of trends affect him there as well. To run through some of the Idaho counties again that we'll be watching closely as results come in. Ada County contains Boise and will consist of probably about 45% of the expected votes tonight. So a little bit under half of all of the votes in the Idaho Democratic primary are going to come from Ada County. And then if you're Sanders, you're going to be watching very closely to see how you perform in counties where there's a younger population on the back of a college campus. Bannock County, with its being the host of Idaho State University, Latah County, where the University of Idaho is located, and Madison County, where Brigham Young University, Idaho, is located. These are the kind of places where you're going to want to run up your margin. But is it enough if you aren't where you want to be in a county like Ada, where Boise is? Or if you're looking at a county like Teton County, where there's the highest levels of education and income of any counties in the state of Idaho? Can you perform decently there and keep yourself in the running? These are the kind of questions we'll be watching as we start to get some results in from Idaho. Keeping an eye on Michigan, looks like Van Buren County, just over 90% of the precincts reporting. It's an 11% Hispanic county. So the kind of place where Sanders would have been hoping to perform on the stronger end compared to some others. And it looks at the moment like Biden is ahead there, 54.5% to Sanders at 35%. And that's going to be a relatively difficult pill for Sanders to swallow in a county where he won 59% of the vote 4 years ago. Other counties we're watching in Michigan at the moment, Genesee County, where Flint is located, it's 20% African American, with just under 80% of the precincts reporting Biden at 58%, Sanders just under 33%. So about 25% behind Biden there in a county where Sanders won 47% 4 years ago. You start to look at counties where Sanders performed the strongest last time. Counties like Wexford, counties like Grand Traverse, where Sanders was up at 65%. Isabella County, where Sanders was at 66%. These are counties where we don't necessarily have all of the votes in, but at the moment, Biden is actually ahead in Wexford. Sanders is at 40%, and he was at 65 4 years ago. Grand Traverse, Sanders was at 65 4 years ago, and he's now again behind Biden, and he's sitting at about 41%. And then in Isabella County, where Sanders performed the best, 66% in the 2016 primary. It's a younger county because it's the location of Central Michigan University, and he's actually behind Biden there as well. Biden at 47%, Sanders at 45%. So these are the kinds of results that if you're the Sanders campaign, you hope is maybe more contained to a place like Michigan. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're hoping that those kinds of results are indicative of what you're going to see as this race moves forward and moves further out west. You know, if we extrapolate that out to Idaho, you know, if Sanders can't win counties like Madison, where BYU Idaho is located, if he can't win counties like Canyon or Bannock, where Idaho State is located, that presents a pretty difficult challenge for Sanders to jump to the lead in Idaho. He's not winning the counties where he's expected to do best demographically. It's going to make it very difficult for him to take the lead if he's not doing significantly better in maybe some surprising counties. So keeping an eye on Missouri, Mississippi, two states that we called almost as soon as we got on the air tonight. Biden is over 80% in Mississippi. We've got about 38% of the precincts in. A strong win for Biden in Mississippi. Sanders really is the story there because he has to try to crack that 15% threshold to qualify for statewide delegates. It's a strong win for Biden in Mississippi, though maybe not necessarily a shocking one. And it certainly seems to be on the back of a typical area of strength for Biden. Adams County in Mississippi, for example, majority African American county, Biden with 84% of the vote there compared to Sanders at 12%. If you look at Coahoma County, both Adams and Coahoma, 100% of the precincts are in. Biden is at 77% of the vote to Sanders 15, and this in a county that is 78% African American. And so it's easy to look at a state like Mississippi and see where Biden is performing particularly well. And in the kinds of places where perhaps if you're Sanders, you think, well, maybe we can perform better here. Lafayette County, where the University of Mississippi is located, Biden is ahead, 69% to Sanders at 26%. Sanders at 26, which is below the 35% he held in Lafayette County 4 years ago. So these are, when you break down the state results and you start looking at some of these counties and you start to see, well, yeah, Biden is, of course, perhaps as we expected, picking up pretty wide majorities, pretty wide leads in majority Black counties. But then you look at the counties where Sanders maybe would hope to pick up a margin. Maybe he could make up some ground in counties that are younger, that have college campuses. And as of now, it just doesn't look like that's there for him. Even in Lafayette County, where the University of Mississippi is, Joe Biden is leading with 69.4% of the vote to Sanders at 26.4%. It's a 43% lead for Biden, even in a county where there's a college campus. And when you start getting results like that, it starts to become clear why you're looking at an overall result where Biden is leaps and bounds ahead, 65%, over 65% of a margin between Biden and Sanders. And Sanders is fighting, struggling to keep his head above water, above that 15% threshold statewide. So these are the kind of things we are watching for you here at DDHQ. Missouri, we are up to over 90% of the precincts in. So results coming in quickly in Missouri. Another strong state for Biden, 60% of the vote for Biden, Sanders at 35. This a disappointing result for Sanders, of course, after coming close in Missouri 4 years ago. Key counties in Missouri have gone perhaps again in some ways the way that we would have expected, where Biden is performing very well in places like St. Louis City, for example, a plurality Black city, where Biden is at 67% of the vote compared to Sanders at 28%. But then you start to look at places where maybe you would think Sanders would have more of an opportunity. Johnson County, where it's a younger county, the University of Central Missouri is located. Biden's ahead there, 58.9 to Sanders at 36. You look at a county like Greene County, where Missouri State University is located. Almost all of the votes are in there. They're reporting about 95% of the precincts, and Biden is ahead still, 52 to Sanders at 45. The difficulty here, of course, is not necessarily that it's not just that Sanders is losing badly in places that maybe we would have expected. Counties with majority African American populations, but it's also that he's not only he's losing counties where you would expect him to perform better, the younger counties, the places with college campuses. And not only is he not picking up the margin he would need to stay competitive statewide, he's actually losing some of these counties and many of these counties. In Missouri, for example, it appears Sanders is behind Biden in every county at the moment. And I can quickly check and make sure that I'm correct on that. But at the moment, yeah, Biden is ahead in every county in Missouri, and I believe is ahead in every county in Mississippi as well. So a strong night for Biden in Mississippi, in Missouri, which I think we saw coming after our decision desk race call team called those races almost the moment polls closed. Michigan, another state where Biden seems to be performing quite well, and Sanders appears to be disappointing some of those expectations. Still no results in Idaho, and we'll be watching it pretty closely. Any moment now, we expect some results to come in from Idaho. And again, if you're the Sanders campaign, you're going to be hoping that this starts to buck some of the trends you've seen in other places. Can you get a margin? First of all, can you win the counties where these college campuses are, the counties where they skew the median age down to a younger age? But even beyond that, not only can you win those counties, but can you run up the margins you need in them to keep yourself competitive statewide? And these are the kind of things we're going to be watching very closely as this race goes on. Idaho is a difficult place maybe for Sanders in the sense that a county like Clark County, Idaho, where it is a Hispanic plurality county, 47% of the population of the county is Hispanic, and it's a younger county. The median age is only 30, but it's also the least populous county. We don't expect very many votes out of there at all. Maybe a small handful, talking a dozen, 2 dozen. So you start to think, well, where can Sanders make it up in Idaho? Can he keep the margin in Ada County close, where almost half of the expected votes will come from? Can he perform well in a county like Teton, where there is the highest level of education and the highest incomes of any counties in the state? These are the kind of places that Sanders is going to be looking. And if you're Biden, it's a matter of, can you run up the score in Ada County? Can you run up a nice big margin in Boise? And so these are the kind of things you're looking for. Canyon County in Idaho is one that is going to be interesting to watch, and one that we haven't quite discussed at the same length. It makes up about 8% of the expected votes from Idaho. It's also on the younger side of the counties. Its median age is 33, and it's also 25% Hispanic. So maybe that helps tilt it towards Sanders based on some of the results we've seen from earlier contests. But these are the kind of things we'll be watching as the night goes on. So keeping an eye on Missouri, they're now almost 95% of the vote in there. Biden still holding strong, over 60% of the vote belongs to him. In Mississippi, they're up to 43.7% of the precincts reporting. And Biden still over 81% of the vote. But more importantly, for delegate allocation, Bernie Sanders at 15.1% of the vote. So now getting dangerously close to a point where perhaps he could sink below that 15% threshold, which would spell quite a problem for him, because it would mean that he does not win any statewide delegates. So that would certainly present a problem for Bernie Sanders if he can't hit the threshold in Mississippi. And in Michigan, we're getting to the point where we've got about 2/3 of the precincts reporting, and Sanders still at about 39% compared to Biden, leading the field with about 53%. All three of those states, Missouri, Mississippi, and Michigan, have been called by DDHQ for Joe Biden. And now we turn our attention to Idaho, where we're still awaiting results to see where that one goes. Keeping an eye on the three states that have results rolling in: Missouri, Mississippi, and Michigan. Three states that Joe Biden has won according to our race call team. Michigan, certainly the biggest prize in terms of delegates on the evening. Wayne County, the biggest prize of counties in the biggest prize of delegates state by state. And in Wayne County, with about a little over half of the precincts reporting, it's a 54.3% lead for Biden against 41.2% for Sanders. So it's a margin of a little over 13 percentage points. This not far off from the statewide margin at the moment: 53% for Biden, 39% for Sanders. Mississippi, we just got another little drip of results. They've now got 44%, a little over 44% of precincts reporting. Sanders now at 15.2% statewide. So, and now just as I'm speaking, another small drip of results: 45% of precincts reporting in Mississippi, and Sanders now at 15.3 percentage points. So, trying to keep his head above water and try to break that 15% threshold. Not the kind of place that a candidate wants to be, but certainly if your goal is to compile delegates, these are the kind of things you'll be watching for. Of course, don't forget to subscribe, follow. DDHQ is ahead of the curve. We get results faster than anyone else out there. We try to get race calls quickly, and we've got insights that you certainly won't get on cable news. So make sure to subscribe, like, hit buttons, follow things, all of the wonderful stuff that you can do with technology these days, and try to follow along with Decision Desk HQ. So for those of you just joining us now, as we cross the 10:30 mark on the East Coast, Mississippi, Missouri, and Michigan all have been called, according to our estimates, for Joe Biden. Mississippi, Missouri, perhaps much more expected to be called quickly, and indeed they were called within about a minute of polls closing. Michigan was one that we thought, if any, tonight would be the big prize, would be one of the more competitive states, and that also got called within about an hour. So already a difficult night for the Sanders campaign, which could be made more difficult by a failure to reach the 15% threshold in Mississippi. Statewide, you need to crack 15% to qualify for any pledged delegates in the statewide allocation. And as of now, with about 46% of precincts in, Sanders is at 15.3, so hovering just slightly above that mark. And that's something we'll be watching as the night goes on. And in Michigan, the big win for Joe Biden. What does the margin end up looking like? What does that mean for delegate allocation? Our delegate tracking team is on the case, and we will let you know once we know more about that. But at the moment, we can tell you that Joe Biden is the winner in Michigan and deals a considerable blow to the effort from Sanders to try to reset the narrative of this race. 4 years ago, Senator Sanders was over 20 points behind Hillary Clinton in polling in Michigan going into the primary. And he shocked the political world and pulled off a narrow upset victory that maybe helped reset the narrative of the race. But tonight, in an attempt to do the same thing against Joe Biden, it appears Bernie Sanders will fall short of that. No doubt on the back of a strong performance in Wayne County from Joe Biden, and on the fact that Sanders not running up the same margins in other counties in Michigan that he had in 2016. Counties like Isabella, which was Sanders' best county in 2016, where he won 66% of the vote that year. It's the home of Central Michigan University. 57% of the precincts in there, and he's actually behind Biden at the moment. So Michigan had the opportunity to be a saving grace for Sanders once again and provide him with a reset button to the narrative of the campaign, but it is not quite there for him tonight. So Missouri, the results coming in fast and furious. Almost 98% of the precincts in from Missouri. And Joe Biden, almost 62% of the vote, compared to Bernie Sanders at 34%. A convincing win in a state that Sanders made close just 4 years ago. Mississippi, as results continue to come in, we're approaching half of the precincts reporting there, and Sanders now at 15.6% statewide. Again, Mississippi we called very quickly, and Joe Biden at around 81% of the vote is assured to be the winner there. But Sanders, what we're watching in Mississippi is whether he's able to crack that 15% threshold to qualify for any delegates at the statewide level. If not, it would be a critical blow, not only in terms of delegate math, but also in terms of moral victories and moral losses in this kind of a campaign. As we approach the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast, we have about 23 minutes until we hit that point. What will we be watching? We'll be watching for results from Idaho. We'll be watching for results from Washington State. These are places further out west where Bernie Sanders tended to do better last time, but they also have made the transition from caucuses to primaries this cycle. And as we have discussed earlier tonight, Bernie Sanders tended to perform better in caucuses in 2016 as opposed to primaries. No doubt on the back of strong grassroots organization and the ways that caucuses are able to reward those kinds of organizations and passionate support from a volunteer base. So while these states were stronger for Sanders 4 years ago, they are questionably so this time, as they've transitioned to a wider electorate in a primary, particularly in a state like Washington, where their ballots are, I believe, exclusively mailed in.
Yeah, sure. What do we think about as the vote is trickling in North Dakota? What some of the takeaways will be there? It's not a huge delegate haul right now. I mean, we're starting to see some of the vote trickle in. We have Sanders in the lead with just under 40%. So this could be maybe that one victory. Could be others. We're still waiting to hear from a few states out west. So the night could take a little bit of an upturn for Sanders, but he's at 40%. The night is young. We're still waiting for some of the numbers to come in. You have any hot takes on the North Dakota Firehouse Caucus?
Not not so much, although I will say that I think it's an interesting question of what exactly a firehouse caucus is, which is something that is an interesting thing. The firehouse caucus is essentially a primary that is run by the state party rather than by the state government. So one of the defining differences between a primary and a caucus is that a primary is run by a state government, much in the way that a general election is run by a state government. Whereas a caucus is less formal meeting that is run not by state governments, but by state party organizations. And so a firehouse caucus kind of combines those two, where you have more of a traditional ballot submission type voting that feels more like a primary vote, but it's run by state party organizations and typically is run out of places like a firehouse. There aren't usually as many polling places as there are in a primary. So you might have to travel a further distance to get to a place where you can vote in one of these. But unlike a traditional caucus, you don't have to go there at a set time and participate in, the kinds of things you've seen on TV about people jockeying for position in a gym or something like that. But you can go, you can submit a ballot if you're a member of that party and vote in a way that's more familiar, more resembling a primary. And so the key feature there is that it's run by the state party organizations, not by the state government. Um, North Dakota made the transition to this kind of a system this cycle. In the past, they've had a more traditional caucus, but much like some other states, they wanted to try to make a move towards something that would be more small d democratic and try to expand access to more people. So as we were saying in North Dakota, we're still watching as some votes trickle in, not a ton, but we'll keep an eye on it. Missouri, Mississippi, Michigan, we're still watching. We've got an eye trained on those just to make sure we see what's going on delegate wise. Mississippi, perhaps most interesting because of Sanders trying to keep himself ahead of that 15% threshold. And if you're trying to handicap that, looking at the expected number of votes remaining in these places, in these counties in Mississippi, even though it's got 91% of the precincts reporting, Hinds County, because of how large it is compared to some of the other counties, uh, still has the most expected votes by our estimates of any county in Mississippi with outstanding votes. That is going to be a difficult county for Sanders. He's currently at 14.6% there, which would be just barely under the threshold. And so he's got to hope that he can do a little bit better there. But it's a difficult county for him. It's 72% African American, and that has been a weakness of his not only in Mississippi, but especially in a state like Mississippi. And so thinking about some of the other counties where we have a considerable number of votes, expected votes remaining. Jones County, where we don't have any votes in yet. That's 29% African American. Uh, if you look at Lee County, where we have about 78% of the precincts in, but we still are expecting a considerable number of votes, Sanders is at about 15.6%. So some of these counties where we've got some votes we expect to come in, Sanders is maybe right at or around that threshold, but it could end up being kind of close. And we're just going to have to keep an eye on it as the night rolls on, whether Sanders can crack 15% statewide in Mississippi. He's got his margin up to 15.8%. I should say his vote share up to 15.8% statewide, as we're up to almost 56% of the precincts in Mississippi. But that is the storyline we're watching there. In Michigan, 70% of the precincts in at this point. Biden still holding a steady margin of victory there. 53% to Sanders at 39%. And as you can see on your screen right here, Missouri, every county in Biden blue. There's one county that is unaccounted for at the moment. Believe it's Newton County. And that is the only one that we don't currently have in Biden blue in Missouri. Quite a win for him, reminiscent of his pretty clean sweep in South Carolina. Mississippi, a similar situation where the counties that we have accounted for are all going to be colored in Biden blue.
Yeah, we're still watching some of the vote come in North Dakota, and we're waiting for some of the vote to come in Idaho. I think we may have earlier been under the impression that polls were closing at 10 o'clock, so we apologize to those where the polls actually close well, we won't start hearing about any votes out of Idaho until 11 o'clock Eastern, the earliest. And so that's sort of the next checkpoint. Again, we're still watching to see what the vote share is going to look like. As we see, as more and more vote comes in, it looks like Sanders is going to pass the statewide threshold at 15% for some delegates. However, it's still an open question as to whether or not he will hit that threshold at the different congressional district levels. It's very likely he gets shut out of at least one congressional district, but an overwhelming victory in that state for Joe Biden. I still think the biggest story coming out of tonight so far is in Michigan. I think people were just expecting it to be a little bit of an opportunity for Sanders to make a surprise showing there, but that did not happen. Again, we're still waiting to see what the delegate math turns out to be. And we have our team is collecting and calculating what that delegate math is going to look like as quickly as we can, and we are updating you as soon as we can whenever those numbers come in. So yeah, the next thing on the radar is Idaho, and we're continuing to see some of the results from the caucus in North Dakota trickle in. Sure, do you want to give us a rundown? I know we did this before, but now we're getting closer to polls close. Do you want to give us a rundown again as to which counties you're watching in Idaho? And maybe Austin, if you wouldn't mind just pulling up the Idaho map, just as I know it's going to be empty, but just as a reference point.
Sure. So in Idaho, the key counties we're watching, it all begins and ends with Ada County. 45% or thereabouts of the expected votes tonight will come from Ada County, which contains the city of Boise. And so that is really the key county of key counties in Idaho. Other places to watch. If you're Sanders, you want to try to perform well in Bannock County, where we expect about 6% of the votes to come from. And it's a younger county, which is the home of Idaho State University. You want to perform, if you're Sanders, perhaps better in Canyon County. It's a younger county where the median age is only 33 years old, and it's also 25% Hispanic. And so maybe that's a county where, if you're Sanders, you can run up a little bit of a margin. If you also might try to do well in Latah County, where the University of Idaho is located. Madison County, where BYU Idaho is located. It's also the youngest county with a median age of just 23 years old. And so these are the places we'll be watching to see if Sanders can run up some margins in those places, and maybe if Biden can run up enough of a margin in Ada County that it's insurmountable for Sanders in some of those places. Another county that will be interesting is Teton County, where it is the highest education level and highest income level of any counties in Idaho. And it'll be interesting to see where those kinds of voters fall tonight in Iowa relative to where we've seen them fall in previous contests. And then Blaine County, which was one of only two counties in 2016's general election that went to Hillary Clinton. It is also the county with the second highest level of education in the state of Idaho. So these are the kinds of battle lines that we'll be watching in Idaho. How does Sanders do in the counties with college campuses? Can he win them? Can he win them with enough of a margin that maybe he can edge out Biden if Biden does better in places like Ada County or in places like Teton and Blaine, where education and income levels are higher?
Yeah, we're also getting word that it doesn't look like Sanders is going to be speaking tonight, and it looks like they may be looking to reset the campaign, or I mean, I don't know, potentially end it. But it seems to be that according to, Reed Epstein, who's a politics reporter with the Times, Sanders is not speaking tonight to address tonight's results. Even barring any potential good news out of Idaho and or Washington State. And so I don't know how to, I don't know. What's your gut reaction to that news that Sanders is not going to be giving any remarks tonight? Sure.
Well, it's certainly not something you do if you think you're winning. Uh, like I said, I have my own skepticism about Sanders' likelihood of dropping out, but maybe I'm being too bearish. I've been thinking about 2016 and the kinds of decisions he made in that campaign, but maybe there is more of a sense of urgency this time around for the party to rally behind a nominee, whoever it is, because the party is just that anxious to get into a direct confrontation with Donald Trump. I think that there may be less of an appetite this time around for a protracted nomination fight, and maybe a sense that this time the stakes are just too high. Uh, maybe that's playing some sort of a role for Bernie Sanders. But so certainly it's interesting that it sounds like he is not going to be making any remarks tonight. That he seems to be behaving in ways that typically signal someone who is starting to think existentially about their campaign. Um, but I wonder if we get to that point. Maybe they know something about Idaho and Washington that we don't. Maybe they have some internal numbers on that. But probably, maybe if Idaho and Washington go a little bit better for him, he reconsiders. But we shall see.
Well, North Dakota could be a good result. I mean, there's only a handful of votes in, so I don't want to over extrapolate at all. But we have Sanders in the lead with 0.00% reporting.
Right, with results from one county. So doing another run through of the states we've called already as we approach the top of the hour. Missouri and Mississippi both called very quickly for Joe Biden. Biden comfortably ahead in both places. Currently 62 percentage points ahead of Sanders in Mississippi, 26.7 percentage points ahead of Sanders in Missouri. Both of those disappointing performances for Sanders. Michigan, the big prize tonight, called for Joe Biden ahead by a little over 14 percentage points. Again, disappointing result for Sanders compared to where he was against Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. So the three races from earlier tonight, three calls for Joe Biden, three disappointing results for Bernie Sanders. Looking toward the rest of the evening, we've got North Dakota firehouse primary results trickling in slowly, and we'll have an eye on that. We have Idaho having a primary that we will start getting some numbers in at the top of the hour. We have the state of Washington that we'll be watching at the top of the hour. And so these are the places where if, we've kind of gotten to a now or never, do or die moment for Bernie Sanders. If there are states where he has any kind of a chance to be in striking distance tonight, it would be a state like Washington. So we will be watching it closely as we approach the top of the hour where the polls close there.
Yeah, and to repeat your your phrase, our attention now turns to Idaho as polls close fairly soon. I mean, the polling. What was the state of the polling on this in Idaho?
Sorry about that. So Biden had a lead in the polls in Idaho coming into this one, uh, usually around 50, a little over 50%. So Idaho was a state that, depending on the poll, one had Sanders at 47%, one had him at 37%. Uh, Either way, Biden had an edge in the polling there. But it'll, these are polls. They aren't elections, and Idaho, and not a state that typically gets a ton of attention, because it's not seen as very competitive in general elections. It's a pretty reliably Republican state. So it'll be interesting. I also think that maybe there's a healthy dose of skepticism, uh, because of the fact that this is the first time Idaho is having a Democratic primary. And so it's, harder to extrapolate expectations, perhaps. Um, but we will be watching it with bated breath nonetheless.
Bated breath, indeed. Yeah, we could quickly. I just brought something up to Austin. So we've been talking a little bit earlier about Sanders's vote share. Let's start off with Missouri, since we have more of the vote in. We've been talking about Sanders's performance at the polls and just how he has been underperforming his 2016 numbers. And this is sort of a quick chart using our data. This is all Decision Desk HQ data. So on the x-axis, we have Sanders's 2016 vote share at the county level. So this is for each of the counties that are in the state. And on the y-axis is the 2020%. And essentially, if Sanders were performing the same in 2020 that as he performed in 2016, we'd expect each of those dots, each of those counties, to be on the line. If he were overperforming, how his 2016 numbers were, he'd be above the line. And as we see, every single county in this particular state here, we're talking Missouri, every single county is below that line, just showing how much of an underperformance the Sanders campaign did in the state of Missouri. And then we could also look at Michigan. Now we're still counting the vote in Michigan, so this chart is going to change, and this is as of 6 minutes ago. But again, in every single county except we do see Wayne County, and that was Sanders's worst county in 2016, and so there he's slightly overperforming where his benchmark was. There's still quite a number of precincts out, so that very well could change as the night goes on. But again, even here in Michigan, underperforming in almost every county in the state relative to his 2016 vote share. Big counties, small counties, all over the map. And so I know I've said, we were saying this earlier last week. I think some of the excuses from Sanders's campaign and his surrogates were, well, he underperformed relative to those numbers. It was different. It was a two-person race then, and now it was a little bit of a more crowded field. But hey, at this point, now that it's a week after Super Tuesday, yes, you can make the argument due to absentee and early vote. It's an imperfect thing, but hey, for all intents and purposes, this is a two-person race now, and he's just completely underperforming where he was, and we're seeing this across the map. And so on the last slide, we had Missouri. On the last slide, we had Michigan. If you want to take a closer look at this, I actually have these on my Twitter account, so feel free to follow me at apodcool. But yeah, we have that information here. If you want us to look at other states, feel free to let us know. But I mean, looking at this visually, it's definitely it's definitely a more compelling story. Do you have any kind of reactions to kind of seeing these charts, Shore?
Well, I mean, I think it does a good job of visualizing what we've been saying all night. You know, this is very much a disappointment across the board for Bernie Sanders. You know, if you're looking at where he was 4 years ago, and you're looking at where and that race, he just barely won Michigan. So those results were just enough to edge out Hillary Clinton. And it's a pretty stark reminder that for the most part, it's been a very disappointing performance for him. So this is not the way you wanted the night to go if you were Bernie Sanders.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
You
Austin,
know,
can we pull up the map? I mean, I just want to now pivot as we were kind of reflecting on the night that's been, but also the night that's still going on as we now polls close in Idaho and in Washington State. We are not making any instant calls in either of these states right now. So we're going to be still, our race team is going to be looking at that pretty closely. But now we're going to start to see some numbers out of here. Sure. I mean, let's kind of go on the record here. What do you think? I mean, well, A, does Sanders even have a path out of the night with these two remaining states? And B, if he does, what kind of margins we talking about does he need for this to stay alive?
well, I think that's a good point. I mean, it's getting harder and harder as the night goes on. And this is something that when Scott jumped on the stream a little bit ago, we were talking about. It's getting harder and harder each time we get results like this to imagine a path forward for Sanders. I- you know, I think it's difficult to imagine hard it's more and more difficult to imagine Sanders coming up with much of anything in this primary. I mean, uh, I you know, I think that when you start thinking about what is his path forward, um, you know, every time we sit here, we start thinking, well, he's not expanding in a demographic sense. He actually, you know, and that chart from Michigan is a good representation of it, but he actually seems to be contracting a bit demographically. So that's not working out for him. And it seems like the momentum, the narrative, whatever you want to call it, the zeitgeist, perhaps, is all behind Joe Biden. And it's hard to imagine a debate performance or a news story or something like that really shaking this race in a way uh, that will help Biden. I mean, that will help Sanders overtake Biden, rather. So I think that every time we sit here and we see another state pop up, as we just did in Idaho, it gets harder and harder to imagine Sanders coming out on top. Um, Looking at uh, Idaho right now, the first batch of results, we've got Biden ahead. It's early, it's a small number of votes so far, but at the moment, it's Biden with a lead by just about 10 percentage points. So, again, you know, it's early, but these are the kind of places where you would expect, you know, not expect, but you would be looking for, okay, well, maybe here's the place where Sanders turns the corner. And it just seems like time after time, it's not happening. So, still keeping an eye on the earliest states we looked at, Missouri with over 91% of the votes of the precincts reporting, Mississippi now over 71, almost 72% of the precincts reporting, and Michigan, where 75% of the precincts are reporting. We've got lots of votes in these states, and the story remains the same. Biden with clear leads in all of them. The story we were watching about Sanders in Mississippi and how he does relative to the 15% threshold statewide. It looks at the moment that Sanders is at 16.9%, with almost 73% of precincts reporting. So it looks like he's in better shape for that threshold. So that's good news for him. And he's got to hope to stay there if he wants to get delegates out of Mississippi at a state level. But again, that seems to be secondary to this now larger existential question we've been raising about his campaign. This question of, do we really think that this could be the end of the line for Sanders? Do we see a path forward out of this, out of tonight's results? And I think it's an open question that we will continue watching as we start looking at what's happening in North Dakota, as we watch what happens in Idaho, and as we watch what comes in from Washington State. Let's talk about Washington State for a moment. Polls have been closed there for about 10 minutes, and it is an interesting show of things at the moment. They are an almost exclusively mail-in vote state, and they've got about 692,000 votes counted already. And it looks at the moment like we've got Sanders in the lead there. But we will wait to see once we get some maybe more reliable numbers out of Washington State. But it's probably the last best hope for the Sanders campaign as this night rolls along.
Yeah, we just had a sort of a large dump of votes in Washington. We're seeing Sanders slightly ahead by 0.6 of a percentage point. Interesting. A lot of this is, as we were talking about earlier, because it is a vote by mail state, there could be a lot of votes to candidates who've dropped out by now. And with this early drop, we are seeing that where we're seeing 90,000 votes for Warren. We're seeing about 70,000 for Bloomberg, another almost 40,000 for Mayor Pete. That might be interesting as the evening continues, because I do think that dynamic probably favors Joe Biden a little bit as we're thinking about sort of what the rest of the night means, considering that Washington does have a good deal of votes to be had, or excuse me, delegates to be had for each of the candidates here. So right now, if the race ended now, Warren would be pretty close to the 15% threshold for delegates. Now, I think that will probably change as we continue to get more and more votes. However, we are seeing votes from pretty much across the map. We had a large chunk of votes in from King County, also some from Franklin County, Pierce, which is the Seattle metro area. And so there's quite a bit of geographical distribution to the votes that we currently have in. And this is the first time where we are looking at a map tonight that is not overwhelmingly blue for Biden. And so curious to see whether or not that trend continues throughout the night. But right now, it could be an indication that maybe Sanders could walk away with some win. However, we're not actually at any precincts in right now. It seems to be that a lot of this is the vote that was counted prior to Election Day. That is some of the earlier vote by mail results that we've gotten so far at this point, and some of this before a lot of that support has consolidated behind Vice President Biden.
Yeah, so this appears to be the earliest batch of votes that were submitted in Washington. So I would say, I mean, spitballing here, we would imagine that based on the way this has gone in other places, that the closer the votes were made to Election Day, that the better they will be for Joe Biden, generally speaking. And so if Biden is as close as he is by this count, and we think that these results skew very much earlier, and there's reason to think that just based on where the other candidates who have since dropped out finish in this list. I would think that this is probably good news for Biden, in the sense that he's right there, and if things turn even even a fraction of a percent in his favor relative to these results, um, as the votes are counted from more recent ballots, that Washington State could go his way as well.
Yeah, and as you were speaking, we had another dump of votes in where Biden has gotten even closer to right now, where he is. It looks like a tenth of a percentage point behind Biden, as we're continuing to get some of that early vote. So I think you might be right, where if that early vote is even, then Biden might be the favorite, considering the once they start to count some of the late vote.
Yeah, as far as I can see right now, Biden is 347 votes behind Sanders. Um, so very, very close there. Um, which I think if you're Biden, that's about as good as you could hope for in the earliest batch of results from Washington. Um, I think you would want to be, very, very close there. And then, you'll take your chances with the later votes, because you think that your margins there are going to be much better as folks like Bloomberg and Buttigieg and Klobuchar come off the books, and those voters disproportionately tend to come to your side.
Yeah, and in Idaho, we haven't seen anything major. We're at 5% precincts in, with Biden at 41%. Sanders about 9 percentage points behind him at 32.4%. And so we're going to sort of continue to track both of these side by side. I think, although I think some of our attention is going to be disproportionately on Washington, just due to the large number of delegates at play out of the state.
And frankly, it seems to be the most competitive margin so far. So even if we didn't care about delegates, which we certainly do, but even if we were just interested in, well, what looks like the closest race, which one looks like the most exciting one, at the moment, it's Washington.
Right. And we haven't done this in a bit, but be sure to like, subscribe, and wash your hands. Go wash your hands. If you haven't done that since sitting down and taking care of some election watching and listening tonight, go wash your hands. It'll be good for you.
That was one of the things, and Pods, maybe I'll kick this around with you a little bit. With the coronavirus fears spreading pretty rapidly, there has been some talk that with you know, the campaign going the way it is, that perhaps they would consider scrapping some primaries, or especially if it looks like things are decided and Biden is the inevitable candidate. Um, I mean, do you think that they would really scrap primaries, or do you think that it would be more, well, turnout's going to be down because people just don't want to go to the polls? Um, I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, because it's something that I saw floating around in, the theoretical Twitter world today, and I wasn't sure exactly how I felt about it.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm sure 5 years from now, we'll start to see some political science working papers about treating coronavirus and where it's spreading as a natural experiment. And I'm curious to see what some of the dependent variables are out of that. But in more seriousness, no, I think it is a serious concern. Next week, let's say Bernie stays in the race next week. If it's still competitive, we're talking about a lot of big states, Florida, Arizona, Ohio, all going to the polls. And so I think you're right to think that it's a concern. I don't know what the backup plan would be. That would be up to the secretaries of state in each of those cases, because it is a primary. But it's definitely something to be concerned. And I think with the outbreak, there's definitely cause for a potential decreased turnout scenario. And let's not forget that we've been talking about an election this whole time where we have serious age splits, where young voters overwhelmingly go for Bernie and older voters go for Biden. And if there's going to be any turnout suppressed due to coronavirus in the future weeks, it's probably going to be some of the older people. I think we're over extrapolating, but it is sort of a thought experiment and something to think about as we deal with democracy in while this pandemic sweeps the nation.
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct was, I wonder what the Spanish flu did to turnout in 1918.
Did you look it up? Do we have a test?
So I looked, took a very cursory glance at it, and it looks like voter turnout in 1918, the 1918 midterms, was only about 40%, which was below the rates of 52 and 50 in 1910 and 1914, respectively. So it does seem to have affected turnout, possibly. And then I also dug up that when the Spanish flu hit the US, midterm candidates in the 1918 midterms were banned from hosting political rallies and speaking tours. So it affected campaigning, it affected turnout, it looks like. So it wouldn't be our first rodeo with a pandemic affecting democracy. But that was my first instinct was, I wonder what the Spanish flu did.
Hey, have you guys tabbed over to Washington yet?
Oh yeah. We're watching this come in. It's still within a tenth of a percentage point between Sanders and Biden. Scott, do you know anything about some of the areas that are coming in, and whether or not this is like the super early vote in this vote by mail state?
You would think I would know, but I don't. The assessment is, if they do it like California, they're counting the old stuff first, because they're counting chronological, which would make sense why Bernie Sanders is a tenth of a point ahead of Biden. But I say that because that's how California does it, but I'm not quite sure if the state of Washington does it that way. What leads me to believe this is, if you look at Douglas County, which is in the center of the state, with what looks to be about 1,000 votes in, with one precinct, has Amy Klobuchar winning. There are, we got Tulsi Gabbard winning in Stevens County. So in other words, we're early, and I think it's chronological. But I'm curious what this looks like. Sorry, I'm just paging over it while we're talking. Snohomish is in. Oh, there's Snohomish. Snohomish, that's the center of some of the coronavirus outbreak. Currently, Biden's up 34-32 there. Yeah.
Yeah, Snohomish is like the Seattle metro area, right?
Well, yeah. Well, no. Island County, I think, is Seattle, because Snohomish is all inland.
Yeah, Snohomish is like some Seattle suburbs, I think.
Yeah, because it's a landlocked. But yeah, Seattle suburbs.
Yeah.
Michael Bloomberg getting more votes than Elizabeth Warren there. Jeez, I mean, if you're Bloomberg and you're looking at this and you're looking at what happened on Super Tuesday and you're all that, you're like, what happens if I just told everyone, you know what? I'm not on the ballot in Nevada. I'm not going to your debate.
I think it's a total game changer.
Yeah. Like, I mean, are we
Yeah.
talking about it's him and Biden and Sanders right now, therefore benefiting Sanders?
Yeah, I mean, I think that debate was easily his oops moment.
If that's the case, let's assume that that's the case. Total game changers in there. Is it Elizabeth Warren's fault then that we have a Democratic nominee named Joe Biden?
It's an interesting thought experiment. I mean, like, I don't think there's any doubt that debate was Bloomberg's oops moment. I mean, that might have been it might have been one of the worst debate performances ever, in the sense that, like, somebody just got kneecapped in a debate.
Yeah.
I mean, it was remarkable. And it wasn't even just, the one moment with Warren, but even, later in that debate when, he got asked about, being a billionaire and, should he exist or something like that. And his answer left a lot to be desired. I mean, anytime you elicit groans from the crowd, that's probably not a good sign.
Yeah.
I'm still like also
just to note on YouTube, Lee Nilsson pointed out that our map is slightly misleading. Sorry, we're trying to be abstract and all fancy in the map. King County's in there, and Island is just an island. So again, we're continuing to iterate our maps here. So thanks for pointing that out. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Podcool.
No, I was just going to say, I think on the Bloomberg question, it's also just thinking about how that would have affected things downstream, because I think the only way to explain how Biden is doing so well right now is to account for the Buttigieg and the Klobuchar dropout and endorsement in quick succession after South Carolina. And I think if Bloomberg, say, did not have that debate and it was still a big question mark on Super Tuesday, would they have dropped out? And then secondarily, would they have automatically, endorsed Biden? And that part I don't know. So I think the question of whether or not Bloomberg should have sat out the debate, I think for his campaign, absolutely, he should have sat out the debate. But then on the other side, it's just had a lot of downstream effects. And yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment to think about how quickly this whole race has moved, just from South Carolina to the conversation we're having tonight about how we think Sanders might not have any room going forward.
Yeah. Before I go take a look at the delegate counts that we're about to drop on Twitter, and Alex will come on and talk to you about it. Obviously, Biden's doing his thing. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube or follow us on Twitch, or I don't know what you do on Periscope, but whatever it is to support us, that'd be helpful. Thanks, guys.
So yeah, taking another stroll through our results, it looks like the counting has slowed down a bit in Missouri, Mississippi, and Michigan. Though in Mississippi, they're up to 76.7% of precincts reporting. And at the moment, we've got Sanders at 14.6. So he has now dipped below the statewide delegate threshold of 15%. So something to keep our eyes on as this rolls forward. But at the moment, Sanders is now below that threshold. That would be a very disappointing finish for him. North Dakota had not much movement there. Idaho, not a ton of movement. We've got about 4% of precincts reporting, and only about 12,000 votes counted at the moment in Idaho. And in Washington, like we've been talking about, these results look like they definitely skew toward older results that were mailed in weeks ago. Sanders with a narrow lead over Biden there. So as this rolls on, and as the night continues to get later, we're seeing again what has maybe become a common trend, but we're seeing narrower and narrower and narrower paths to victory for Sanders. And so this becomes disheartening if you're a Sanders fan. Michigan was thought, well, maybe that will be his saving grace, the way it was, in surprising everybody last time. That did not materialize. There was an expectation that maybe as things moved out west, that Sanders would perform better. And if these are the early results, then do the results from closer to election day skew even more towards Biden? And if they do, given the narrow lead, we're talking 1/10 of a percentage point, about a little under 1,500 votes separating Sanders and Biden right now. Does that not bode particularly well for Sanders in the state of Washington? And if he loses Washington too, are we looking at ball game here?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm inclined to think that's the case, but I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty remarkable given, a couple hours ago, I was pretty hard to convince about, well, maybe this is it for Sanders. I said, well, he'll stick around. He's got reason to, try to take delegates to the convention. But as this night's gone on, it's looked bleaker and bleaker for him. And now we're seeing some reporting that he's not giving any expected to give any remarks tonight. There's been some rumbling that perhaps he's considering stepping aside. It's interesting. I mean, I almost wonder, and not to get, obsessive or too in the weeds, but I wonder if maybe the looming coronavirus threat to turnout and to primaries is on Bernie Sanders' mind. Maybe in the sense that, well, we're not going to want to deal with this primary fight that looks unlikely to result in a different nominee when there's a public health crisis looming in the background. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I wonder if that has entered Bernie Sanders' consideration.
Yeah, let's go around the horn. Let's take a look at some of the races. Let's start with North Dakota, then Idaho, then Washington. Let's take North Dakota. We're still kind of at that one county submitting some of their caucus results. So way too early to say anything absolutely whatsoever. But if we take over to Idaho, we're at about 7% in. 7.1% Biden with a bit of a comfortable lead at 6.5%, although that could bounce around quite a bit, especially as some of the other precincts come in. Which at this point, sure, just to do it like a check-in, which of the Idaho counties are we looking at based on what vote is in right now?
So at the moment, the big prize in Idaho is Ada County, which accounts for almost half of the votes statewide. We've got about 11% of the precincts in there. And at the moment, the leader in that county is Joe Biden. He's at 42.9. Sanders is in second at 38.1. So it's no wonder statewide the margin looks very similar to that because it is just such a large percentage of the vote statewide in Ada County. Other places where we've got considerable amounts of the vote in Bonneville County, we've got almost half of the precincts reporting Biden is ahead, 47.6 to Sanders at 35. If you're looking at Latah County, um, University of Idaho is there. It's a younger county. We've got almost 900 votes reporting there. Sanders is up 38.6 to Biden at 36.6. But again, what does the margin tell us there? We Sanders wanted to be winning there for sure, but is that a big enough margin to make up for being behind by several points in Ada County? We don't have a ton of votes in from Madison County, only 62 votes in, but at the moment, Biden is up there considerably. And that's the youngest county. That's where BYU, Idaho is. Now, again, it's early. We've got a lot of votes left to count there, but that is a pretty alarming sign for Sanders. You want to be winning the youngest county in a state. And if you aren't, that does not bode well for your campaign.
Yeah, now let's switch over to Washington. Washington again, we have results in from each of the counties here, with Sanders with a very narrow lead by 0.2 of a percentage point over Joseph Robinette Biden. This Washington could be the place where the Sanders campaign sees a glimmer of hope. I think, yeah, we're still waiting to see as some of these numbers come in, although there's quite a bit good reason to think that there's going to be a high turnout this time around relative to some of the previous year's primaries. I think it's pretty interesting looking at some of the larger counties. For example, in King County, Sanders is narrowly beating Biden right now. That again may change as the night goes on, and potentially as the night spills into tomorrow, and we'll kind of see how long this takes. We have Yakima County, that's a plurality Hispanic county. Sanders doing pretty well. That sort of echoes off the heels of his win among the Hispanic population in Nevada. And so that could be that could be a good glimmer of hope again in some of these younger areas where Washington State and Washington University are, in Whitman County, for example, where Sanders has about a 12-point lead over those in second place. But it's a little bit sloppier in terms of figuring out the precincts reporting compared to some of the other states, just by looking at how the counties report their mail-in vote. And so these numbers may bounce around a little bit as some of the numbers come in, but we're going to sort of continue to watch. So just to get everybody up to speed again, Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, huge wins for Joe Biden tonight. North Dakota, way too early to tell as we have this caucus going on. Idaho, we're about 7% precincts reported. Way too early to say, but we do have Biden ahead of Sanders by about 6 percentage points, a little over that. But then the one we're all watching right now is Washington, and as soon as we have any other indication as to where to expect Washington to go in some of the minutes and hours that follow, we'll for sure let you know.
Just keeping an eye on some of those earlier states. Mississippi, almost 80% of the precincts reporting. Sanders now back up over that 15% threshold at 16.5. So he's kind of ducked and dived and jumped back over and kind of gone back and forth on which side of that 15% threshold he's on. And we're going to be watching that as more and more votes come in from Mississippi to see if he can hit that. Missouri, Michigan, 2 states with a large chunk of the vote reporting Biden definitely the winner there, and Sanders underperforming his margins from 2016 when he was up against Hillary Clinton. So those are kind of things we're looking at the moment. It looks like Idaho had another decent batch of votes come in. They've now got a little over 17,000 votes in Idaho. And looking at where those are coming from. Obviously, another big batch in Ada County. A little over 12,000 of the votes that we have accounted for are coming from there already. Biden at 42.9, Sanders at 38.1, and there's a reason that seems so familiar because the statewide margins are Biden 43 and Sanders just under 37. So because so many of the votes come from Ada County, they are going to very much be a mirror of the statewide results. Some of the other places we've got votes. If we're looking in Idaho at Latah County, where Hillary Clinton actually won in the 2016 general election, one of only 2 counties to vote for her in the general election. It's the home of the University of Idaho. It's a younger county. And Sanders is ahead by about 2 percentage points. He's up 38.6 to 36.6. Is that enough of a margin for Sanders to eke out a win based on his margin behind Biden in Ada County? That's the question that we'll be asking ourselves as more of these numbers come in. Twin Falls County, we've got 656 votes in there. Looks like about 21% of precincts reporting. Sanders is up 48.3 to 47.4, so a narrow lead there. It is a slightly younger than average county, median age of 35. So maybe some fertile ground for a Sanders margin there. But again, the question will be as the night goes on, is there enough of a margin in some of these other places for Sanders to maybe overtake being behind in Ada County when Ada looks so much, accounts for so much of the overall vote? So in Michigan, we've just crossed the 80% of precincts reporting threshold, and Biden still holding a healthy lead, 52.9 to 38.3 for Sanders. And I think it's interesting to look at where that margin is coming from. Obviously, Wayne County, where we've still only got about 65.5% of the precincts in. It's the largest county. It is the largest Black population, 39%. It was the worst Sanders County in 2016, and it was a tough county for him tonight as well. Doesn't appear to be his worst county like it was in 2016, but it was certainly not of much of a help to him. Biden winning Wayne County 54.1 to 40.1. A 14-point gap over Sanders in Wayne County, the largest county in Michigan. Looking at some of the other kind of key places in Michigan that help explain this result. Washtenaw County, the home of the University of Michigan. 60% of precincts reporting at the moment, and Biden is actually ahead there, 47.6 to 46.8. Not a huge lead for Biden there, but it's a county where Sanders would have been hoping for a margin of victory. He had 55% of the vote in that county 4 years ago. Ottawa County, home of Grand Valley State University, a higher income county, a higher education county, 10% Hispanic county. All of these things that you would have thought would help lean a county in Sanders' direction. And tonight in Ottawa County, Michigan, 51% Biden, 39% Sanders. Sanders won 64% of the vote there 4 years ago and is behind Biden at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like this is a fun night so far, but especially with Michigan, Missouri, Mississippi, definitely a good night for Biden. Still waiting to hear how the rest of the night is going, but again, I think that one of the big takeaways from the whole primary process is it's less about who wins each state and definitely more about who walks away with what delegates. And because we have a team here putting together, doing some of the delegate math alongside the Center for Politics at University of Virginia. And joining us, I guess, for the first time now is Alex Aldunson, who is doing some of the delegate math. And so I just kind of want to pitch to Alex. What do you think some of the big takeaways from the night are? How are you going through figuring out the delegate math as the night unfolds?
Yeah, so as you were saying, it seems like it's going to be a pretty good night for Biden. We just started doing our allocation on the West Coast, but essentially it looks like Biden is likely poised to win close to 2/3 of all of the delegates tonight. And obviously, he needs to be cracking about 50% to keep up. So essentially, right now where we're at, Missouri, Mississippi, Michigan, we're just waiting for some of the congressional districts to come in to finish allocating those.
And what does that mean for people who aren't familiar with that process? What do you mean by congressional districts?
Sure. So the way that delegates are allocated in the Democratic primary, it's partially through statewide results, partially through congressional district results. Each congressional district has a certain number of delegates that are given to it. And so if Biden is doing slightly better or slightly worse in a particular congressional district than he is statewide, it can affect the overall proportions and the overall numbers. The most interesting examples of that are in Mississippi, where at the moment Sanders is at risk of falling below the 15% mark, both statewide and within congressional districts. He will very likely end up with some delegates out of Mississippi, but he very likely will not end up with congressional with delegates in each congressional district, and we'll see if he crosses the 15% mark statewide once they're done tabulating. So Biden's going to end up with the lion's share of Mississippi delegates. And then in some places, some other places like Michigan and Missouri, it's more like 2-1. And then Idaho, North Dakota, Washington, too soon to tell. Really, right now, what we've allocated in those places is just that both of them will be viable. In other words, both of them will be above 15% statewide. And so they will get at least a minimum number of delegates out of those places.
And what's the count this week relative to the potential delegate haul for next week?
So next week, even though there are fewer states voting, the 4 states that are voting next week are all relatively hefty, and the biggest prize, of course, is Florida, which has 27 congressional districts. As a result, Florida, in and of itself, is going to allocate 219 delegates next week, which is by itself is not quite the number that's going to be allocated today, but it's over the 50% mark for today's delegates. So Illinois is also hefty. Ohio is also hefty next week. So next week is definitely a week in which, if Bernie is sort of putting up the performances that he's putting up this week, Biden's going to have, he already more or less has an insurmountable lead in terms of Bernie getting the majority here tonight. But he's very likely going to build up an insurmountable lead where Bernie cannot really come back plurality-wise either next week, unless something drastic changes in the race over the next week. The numbers.
Have you guys tabbed over to Washington lately?
Yep, we've been keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. It's going to be counted for days, but I mean, there are 1,000 votes separated.
Yeah, and I think that if you're Biden, that's probably like among the best case scenarios for you, because it looks like, based on where folks like Warren, Bloomberg, Buttigieg are, Klobuchar, that like these are votes that are on the earlier side of early. And so if you kind of buy that as votes, ballots come in from closer to election day, they'll skew more and more in favor of Biden. That would probably seem to be good news for Biden as this thing rolls on. I also want to say that in Mississippi, because we're watching to see how Sanders does with that delegate threshold, a lot of the outstanding precincts are in counties where he's not meeting that threshold. He's closer to like 10, 12%. So I think that he's definitely in real danger of missing that threshold, which would probably add insult to injury, or in this case, I guess, add injury to insult.
Got it. Alex, where do you think Biden will be up delegate-wise when we're finished counting in Super Tuesday 2? Oh, he did? Okay. I mean, basically, we think, short of Bernie having a ridiculous debate on Sunday, this is essentially over.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's, there's a theory that this might be over.
Even if Sanders wins Washington.
Right. There's a theory that this might be over tomorrow or Thursday, regardless. I see on Twitter, hashtag bye bye Bernie is trending. So, you know, Twitter has a knack for those kinds of things, but you know, I mean, he's not giving any kind of a public remark tonight. It's clear that this has gone about as poorly as it could for him. I mean, you know, he seems to actually be behind. I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, and there are, I mean, my goodness, between Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, I think he's up in 2 counties in Michigan by our count at the moment, and that's about it. I mean, it's just an incredibly poor performance for Sanders,
But
across the board.
Is it unexpected given the polling and the modeling? It's
Right,
poor,
so
but is it
yeah.
unexpected?
Right, so that's a great question. So I think that the polls and the modeling were really close to where we are. I think that a lot of the reason that people still wanted to really see what happened was because of how off the polls were, particularly in Michigan in the Democratic primary 4 years ago. So even though you had polls that showed Biden, you know, 20 points ahead of Sanders in Michigan, you had polls right before Michigan last time showing Clinton 20 points ahead of Sanders, and then he pulled off that huge upset. So I think that might have been part of the skepticism. It also might have been a moment to kind of prove it. So I'm sure there were a lot of Sanders supporters who said, well, you know, the polls were wrong last time, so just you wait and see when the results come in from Michigan. And now that they've come in and they look a lot like the polls and not so much like a, you know, renaissance of his campaign, it might actually make them look like they're more on the defensive, and they can't necessarily just say, well, the polls said it would be like this, we expected it, because they spent so much time kind of building expectations despite that.
Yeah. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. I wish the Twitch chat people could talk to the YouTube chat people. I think that's the crossover episode we really need. Yeah.
Yeah, and they know who our favorites are.
They do. Do they?
Man, this Washington margin, it's literally been like a 1/10 or 2/10 of a percentage point with like, and that's been consistent with like every dump that comes in.
Yeah. Sorry, the Periscope watchers are now bitching at me. We love them too, but their chat's always quiet.
Yeah, and then there's my mom on Facebook.
Oh, that's right. We are streaming on Facebook. Oh man, I'm surprised they let us stream on Facebook.
Don't press our luck.
I know. All of a sudden, Zuckerberg's gonna come out of nowhere and slap our feed down, call it fake news. Yeah, look, Washington's going to be the last one, and we're not going to be able to call Washington tonight. I can tell you that.
Yeah, what's I guess the position on North Dakota, Scott? I know it's like every other caucus we've had so far. I think we're probably expecting a mess or something close to a mess. What are we thinking in terms of our ability to call that race, or are we not going to call it and just wait for whatever the party tells us?
I'm sorry, North Dakota?
Yeah, for North Dakota.
Yeah, we're going to treat North Dakota like we did Iowa and Nevada, where we're going to wait for the party to basically dump everything and tell us who won, which, from my understanding, is going to be sometime tomorrow. I'm not expecting any more. I mean, there might be a few updates, but basically they told us you're going to get some tonight and you're going to get the rest tomorrow. So I would expect North Dakota is, approaching bedtime.
Cool.
So, yeah. Yeah. Well, I got to sign off. If you guys want to wrap up, thanks everyone for hanging out with us. We'll be doing this again next week when we got Florida, Illinois, Ohio.
Assuming
Bernie's
Bernie
last.
stays in the race.
Oh,
With
he's
some,
gonna stay. He's gonna stay in. He's got his one-on-one debate. This is his last big political moment.
I say he does the debate and then he drops out after the debate. He just goes out for one last hurrah.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a one-on-one debate for the soul of your party, even if you're behind, you take it.
Also, we haven't even discussed the Tulsi Gabbard
Gabbard is
erasure
still,
that's happening.
yeah. Tulsi Gabbard, man.
yeah, Tulsi is. I mentioned earlier, and I want to check in on this, but I'm pretty sure Tulsi is behind several candidates who have already dropped out in several states, like Idaho. Tulsi is, I think, in 6th place at the moment.
So what you're saying, Shore, is it's a 3-person race and Tulsi's in 6th.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Hey guys, so we're getting some notes about Washington, just so you know, because we're tracking ours, the New York Times, Washington Post, and NBC. We have roughly 20,000 more votes than all 3 of those publications in Washington, so we're slightly ahead. So whatever we have is going to be ahead of them. But you already knew that if you're actually listening to our stream.
Yeah, so just to clarify that point, that in addition to just looking at what the vote shares are, it's important to just be mindful of the total number of votes that we have in. And so, yes, there are some other cases where they may have a slightly different vote share for the candidates. And that also could be because they may have different precincts. But overall, what we're paying attention to just are the total votes as well as the overall vote share. So that's a good point. But again, if it's things that are that close, we want to. We just need to wait and see how this thing pans out over the next few days. But any parting thoughts, Sure, before we wrap this up on Super Tuesday?
What are we calling next week?
Well, I thought this
Super
one was like
Trace Tuesdays.
Well, this was like Super Tuesday 2, like, two Super 2 Tuesday.
Yeah.
So like next, I guess next
Too
week,
fast, too furious. Oh, we should have got
right?
Too Fast, Too Furious
Next will
in
be
there somewhere.
Super Tuesday 3 Tokyo Drift.
God,
Wow.
Tokyo Drift was the best Fast and the Furious.
Does it make me better or worse that I've never seen any of them?
Definitely worse. Definitely worse.
Brutal.
No question.
Sure. Any parting thoughts on the night?
About Fast and Furious or about the elections?
Either, preferably the latter, but
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's got my attention, besides like the obvious outstanding uncalled contest, is what's going to happen with 83% of the vote in Mississippi. Sanders above the threshold right now, but frankly, a lot of the places where the vote's outstanding are in places that he is below the threshold in. So I'm wondering if he's going to be able to crack 15 in Mississippi and earn any statewide delegates. And so that's something that I'm going to be watching besides the obvious of like who's going to win Washington, who's going to win Idaho, etc.
yeah, I think we're definitely going to be tracking the delegates. I think seeing where those congressional delegates pan out tomorrow and the next few days is definitely going to be the thing to watch. Yeah, seeing whether or not Bernie gets shut out of some of these places in Mississippi, but also seeing how the rest of Missouri and Michigan pan out, as well as just the overall top line for North Dakota, Washington, and Idaho. But yeah, thanks again for everybody who's been listening. Be sure, please, to like, subscribe. We do have a post show coming your way soon. So if you like and subscribe, you'll be notified of that. And so you could kind of hear some of the analysis of the final end of things after Super Tuesday 2. at Super Tuesday the 2nd that we could hear. And so also be sure DecisionDeskHQ.com, check out the Twitter account. That's where a lot of the race calls get made first. So definitely check that out. Check out DecisionDeskHQ.com. We have the delegate tracker there. And before we close, also be sure, if you are not already receiving it, be sure to sign up for the DDHQ weekly newsletter. And to do that, just check out DecisionDeskHQ.com on the homepage. And on that page, you'll be able to find the email newsletter. So definitely check that out. And we look forward to seeing you and hearing your questions next week and in the elections that follow. But for Decision Desk HQ, I'm Alex Podcool. On the other line, we had Matt Shore, then we had Scott Tranter and Alex Aldunson poke in here. And behind the man behind it all is Austin, and he's killing it tonight, and he wants to go to bed, as do all of us. And with that, good night. Thanks.